BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was
Good morning and welcome to our viewers. Thank God it's Friday. Welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this beautiful Friday morning. Let's see what's making the headlines today. Stocks hit 82.4 trillion naira as investors bet possible rate court effect on yields. UBA offers 3.1 billion new shares and 15 billion naira rights issue. Tinubu renames University of Maiduguri after Buhari. Burkina Faso military rulers scrap electoral commission taking control of future polls. Man United summit improved £70 million bid to sign Brian Mbeumo. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the stock market has furthered its northward movement as recently released inflation points to possible rate court at the Monetary Policy Committee next week. According to reports, the stock market is also bullish as investors continue to reroute funds from the fixed income market. The market report shows that the moderating rate of the Treasury bills is also making investors rethink in favor of equities, as many investors position ahead of the half-year earnings in expectation of interim dividend payment by the regular companies. The equities market has reportedly risen this year by 26.5%, driven by consumer goods, banking and insurance stocks, while oil and gas stocks have been remarkably profiting taken by investors. Moving on, United Bank for Africa has announced plans to raise over 157 billion naira through a rights issue. In a notice to trading license holders on Wednesday, the Nigerian Exchange Limited revealed that UBA, through its stockbrokers United Capital Securities Limited, has submitted an application for the approval and listing of a rights issue of over 3 billion ordinary shares of 50 kobo each at 50 naira per share. According to reports, this offer is on the basis of one new ordinary share for every 13 ordinary shares held as of the close of business on Wednesday, which has been confirmed as the qualification date. According to the NGX, trading license holders are notified that United Bank for Africa, through its stockbrokers United Capital Securities Limited, submitted an application to the exchange for the approval and listing of a rights issue of 3,156,869,665 ordinary shares of 50 kobo each at 50 naira per share. Still on, President Bola Tinubu has renamed the University of Maiduguri after the late former President Muhammadu Buhari. Tinubu announced the renaming of the university at the special Federal Executive Council meeting held in honor of the late former president on Thursday. Buhari died at 82 at a London clinic after battling health challenges for several weeks. The funeral was well attended by dignitaries at his home in hometown in Daura, Katsina State, where he retired after handing over the presidency to Tinubu in May 2023. To end the local news, the Federal Capital Territory High Court has clarified that the international passport of Yaya Bello, the former Kogi State governor, is not in its custody but rather with the Federal High Court in Abuja. At the resumed hearing of the money laundering charges filed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission against Bello, Justice Marian Aneni ruled on Thursday that the FCT High Court could not act on the application for the release of the travel document because it was not in its possession. The former governor, who is facing separate but similar charges at both the FCT and Federal High Court, had filed an application requesting the release of his passport to enable him to travel abroad for medical treatment. According to reports, his counsel Joseph Daudu acknowledged that the passport was not held by the FCT High Court. And on the foreign scene, Burkina Faso's military rulers have disbanded the country's electoral commission, calling it a waste of money. According to the military officials, the Interior Ministry will now handle elections in the future. Since seizing power in September 2022, the coup leaders have initiated sweeping reforms, including the postponement of elections, which will lead to a return to civilian rule. While a nationwide vote was due last year, the junta extended the period of transition to democracy until July 2029, allowing leader Captain Ibrahim Traoré to remain in power and free to contest the next presidential election. After coming to power 3 years ago amid criticism that the civilian authorities were failing to deal with a growing Islamist insurgency, the military leaders have rejected the assistance of former colonial power France in favor of Russia. And also, President Donald Trump says Coca-Cola has agreed to use real cane sugar in its drinks sold in the United States. According to reports, Coca-Cola uses corn syrup in its American products, which Trump's Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. voiced concern about the ingredient's health impact. Without explicitly confirming the recipe tweak, a Coca-Cola spokesperson says they appreciate President Trump's enthusiasm while waiting to share more details on new innovative offerings within the Coca-Cola product range. And now to sports, Manchester City have submitted a third transfer bid for Brentford forward Brian Mbeumo worth £65 plus £5 million in add-ons. According to reports, Brentford are considering the offer but are yet to make a decision. Mbeumo, who has only wanted to join United for over a month, and the club are understood to have been encouraged by his determination to join them. The Cameroon international returned to pre-season training with Brentford earlier this year, along with Yaoun Wissa, whose future is uncertain. To end the news, European champions Arsenal have shattered the women's transfer record by signing Canadian forward Olivia Smith from Liverpool for a fee of £1 million. The new benchmark in women's football surpasses the £900,000 paid by Chelsea for Naomi Girma with San Diego Wave in January. Sources familiar to the contract reveal that the 20-year-old Canada forward signed a 4-year deal, highlighting the rapid increased spending in women's football, with transfer records regularly broken in recent years. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get everyone in Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
how is BAT adapting to the new, economic reforms in Nigeria?
First of all, I would like to say that BAT has been established in Nigeria for more than 100 years. We set up a factory in 2003, state-of-the-art factory, which we spent more than $185 million on since its inception. And so we're very well established in Nigeria. I would like to say we've seen a lot, and I don't want to say we've seen it all because you never know what's coming next. But of the last few years, I think I've been an MD in Nigeria, by the way, for the last 9 years. So I was here during COVID, I was here during the cash crunch, I was here during the government, there was an excise shock, then the new government have come in, etc. And I think that the new government, I have to commend the new government on the policies that they put in. They've taken some bold decisions, and they were probably long overdue, and that's why it caused quite a lot of short-term economic pain, both for the man on the street and for businesses as well. But we're starting to see some green shoots, coming out now. You have a stability in the naira. You have a reduction in inflation. You have fuel prices moderating. So it was a very difficult period. And me as an MD of the company, I joke. I used to spend 50% of my time managing the company and 50% explaining what we're trying to explain to head office, what was happening in the market. But now I think that the policies have become more consistent, and I feel that there's a renewed sense of optimism in the market across the different industries. And that's why, we're very optimistic about the future of Nigeria, and that's why we're fully established and we're here to stay.
Okay, so BAT is known for their strong governance practices globally.
Sure.
How are you localizing these principles to fit into the Nigerian business environment as well?
Sure. So the Nigerian business environment has always been very complex from a governance perspective. One of our key values in BAT is do the right thing. So what does that mean? It means, essentially, we have global standards of business conduct, which every employee attests to. We do training, annual training, if not every 6 months, on business ethics, on leadership, and on all of the standards of the business conduct policies that we have within BAT. We ensure that the managers and the entirety of our employees are exposed, globally to those standards as well. And we make sure we pride ourselves that all of our operations, our people deliver, good quality products with best practices, but with integrity first and foremost.
Okay, sir. So I'm sure you've had a very wonderful time today at the event. I would like to get what's your key takeaway from today's event?
Yeah, I think first of all, congratulations on BusinessDay for such an amazing event, bringing together a cross-function of private sector and government. I do feel, I think it's an optimistic, feeling that I have leaving this event. Because often, it's very easy to criticize the environment that we operate in, government policies and so forth. But, we're
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. Now we're ready to see what we have on the front pages of the dailies this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
Onyeka Valentine. I almost forgot about that.
You almost forgot about that.
I was engulfed in the papers, so don't mind me.
The papers are quite interesting this morning. Let's see what we have on the front pages this morning. Starting off with the Business Day paper today, of course. It's Friday, so the stories are a little, interesting. So the big story on the front page of Business Day paper this morning says, historic market deal ends leadership tussle at Nigeria's oldest bank. Otudeko Odukale exit first holdco in landmark 323.45 billion naira deal. That's a whopping sum of money. Now, why Africa's response to YouTube failed? Of course, this is in the world of entertainment, just giving us a little bit of an expose into what's happening. We, in the YouTube environment, the local players in the African streaming market are hard hit. They hard hit the limited purchasing power of the majority of Africans. And then another story, it says declining inflation paves way for cautious monetary policy easing as MPC meets on Monday. But let's start by talking about this historic market deal, which has ended the leadership tussle at Nigeria's oldest bank. We know that for the longest time, Tudeko, Dukale, they happened to there've been a little bit of some inner work.
Is going to, they call upon you. I mean, it's always like that. When it is going to, they call upon you. I mean, it's always like that. Whenever there is some form of hierarchy, people want to maintain status quo. That's why you see some African presidents want to remain in power until they turn 90 and 100. And you wonder, what is this idea? Isn't it absurd that people don't understand that it's good to bow away when the ovation is high? But in this case, it's the financial sector. And money, people don't smile when you call money. So I just hope that after the whole tussle, I'm sure some people have had their business affected back and forth. Because if I have my different opinion, right? I have a different opinion, and people's lives and livelihood are depending on that, it will affect it to trickle down. Maybe some certain decisions needed to be made in that financial space with other of the partners, but because this other person, right, wants to gain that prominence, those decisions will be held aside. That's why they say two elephants fight. Literally.
The grass.
Two elephants. The logo of FP.
Actually.
So two elephants fight. It's supposed to be one elephant, but you have two elephants. Two elephants fight. Who suffers? Some will say the grass. In this case, let's just hope that.
I mean, but it's good now that with them being able to sell combined shares, it's looking like then the tussle has ended so supposedly.
That's fine.
Supposedly. This other story says declining inflation paves way for cautious monetary policy easing as MPC meets on Monday. So earlier in the week, or in fact yesterday, I had a guest on the big story where we talked about the inflation and how it's affecting households and all of that, and he spoke about how a woman will go to the market now, and then the amount that she would use to purchase the items that she would normally, groceries, food stuff, food items, it can't even cut a quarter or a third of what she would have, gone to purchase before. And we understood that the MPC was supposed to meet on Monday, and then that's what this big story is saying, that declining inflation paves way for cautious monetary policy easing. Because now they have to be very careful about their next move.
It affected the households in general are beginning to not just experience some serious SAP, which, by the way, in case those of you who were born in the early 90s, those who were born in 2000s, don't really know what SAP does mean. It's called Structural Adjustment Program. So now we are forced to embark on a self-SAP. Yes, self-SAP, without the federal government itself actually coming in. So every family is experiencing that. But the question is, every family also do have their threshold. And you don't want to get to a point where you have left no choice because of how, turbulent the economy is. You left no choice to now decide which child should go to school or which child should not go to school. Believe it or not, that's why we talk to our leaders. Those who are in charge of making some key decisions, make the right decisions. Why? Because it might not affect you because you have the money or you have the financial power to take care of your own children. But what about people who don't even earn even that minimum wage? And so they are depending on the right decisions made by competent leaders, whether it's in local government level, state level, and even Tinubu himself, our president, the CNC, Commander-in-Chief, make the right decisions that will enable this thing trickle down to the list so that people can survive. After all, if lives and livelihoods are not protected financially, educationally, not protected health-wise, then what are we doing? You know, so I think it's no longer news that when our economy shakes, the foreign and Western world, they smile because that's what they want. Really, let's be honest. Let's call a spade a spade. If there are some consistent irregularities in our naira, which we've seen the dollar killing the naira every now and then, it will make hardship persist. And the more it continues, Nigerians will have no choice. There's something Peter Obi said, and this is in no way campaigning for him in any ways, but just, you know, he's someone who has some great way of, you know, communicating with people in public. I was at a conference where I moderated, and he said something that interested me. He said that if if leaders in general don't take the issue of livelihood seriously, that the people who will suffer will have no choice but to come and steal from them, who are the, you know, upper class. And you cannot rule this thing out. You employ drivers, you employ cleaners, you employ people in your household to help, you know, keep your house running. They're not as rich as you are, because if they were, they wouldn't probably take those jobs. You know, so if we don't put the right decisions that will enable our economy thrive properly and make those strong decisions, like, again, I must commend the fact that we refuse to bow to the issue of Venezuela prisoners being, you know, brought into Nigeria. We said a big no, you know, and that's something is highly commendable for. But we should continue in that trajectory, keep our foot down, right, as a nation, so that this country can strive. I'm a Nigerian, you're a Nigerian. All Nigerians.
Maybe I'm South African.
Yeah, well, let's see. By the way, speaking of South Africa, did you see what's going on in South Africa right now?
What's going on?
How they're saying Nigerians should leave, Zimbabwe should leave.
I saw a video of a woman who was saying that she hates foreigners and all of that.
But her thoughts doesn't generalize everybody.
Exactly.
It's not as if it's a political statement from someone who is well known. So we just take it as one of those things.
Yes,
but anyways,
one of those things.
I think that for us to move forward as a country, we need to tell our leaders what needs to be said. Yes, we love you guys, but you need to hear the truth. The economy is not making a normal man that happy. Having said so, it will trickle down to the pot and the content in the house.
The problem is there's even a very thin line between every single person right now and poverty. Like there's a very thin line because of how much of lack, you know, is circulate. Lack is circulating, like not plenty. Plenty is not circulating. Lack is circulating. So there's just a thin line between an individual and
that's it.
Stark levels of poverty, and it makes it really scary. Like I'm thinking about it, and I'm even just I'm scared about the thought of it, you know. But you know, we just want to stay positive and just hope that things just get better for every single one of us. But let's move this morning to the Vanguard paper this morning, to special Federal Executive Council session. Buhari's patriotism lived in deeds and not words. And this is according to Tinubu, current President Bola Tinubu, who has been very, very open about his love, his admiration, his steadfastness and loyalty to his friend, former President Buhari. And I think it's really beautiful to see. I think it's really genuine, no matter what anyone thinks. I think it says ex-president still speaking on his friend. It says ex-president Buhari maintained his signature serenity in life and in death, and he renames Maiduguri University after him. He pursued justice with sincerity. This one is according to Kashim Shettima. It continues on page 5 of the Vanguard paper this morning. Again, on the top banner here on the Vanguard paper, still on the controversy, moving from what we had already spoken, a historic market deal that we spoke about on BusinessDay paper. It says, First Hold Co. Controversy throws multi-billion naira shares deal. Obviously, there's going to be lots of talk about it. And this continues on page 19 of the Vanguard paper this morning. And then another story says, Nigeria reaches 79.65% tele density, 48.8% broadband penetration. And this is according to the Nigerian Communications Commission. This continues on page 9 of Vanguard paper. And on page 12 says, ADC to federal government audit $21 billion spent on refineries before
What
still.
a whooping sum of
$21 billion, not even naira.
I hate to interject, but look, if Brazil could spend $10 million and achieve a major milestone in their electricity supply, which is now powering more than 70% of homes in Brazil and is sustainable, they spent how much? $10 billion. Why are we spending, why have we spent more than 20 billion yet? Our refineries are not working properly. In fact, it has now collapsed. Yet, we still don't have power supply. As much as the word NEPA has been relegated to the back, it's so appalling to see that even when the light goes off, you blame an entity or an institution that has packed up a long time ago. That shows you how, in depth this thing has been. And so the question now is, are we ever going to get out of it? Because now see the amount of money that is about to be spent, if not spent already.
Spent,
Meaning to say that someone has to account for it. We don't want to hear after now that in the process of accountability, right, another distraction comes up. We don't want to hear that, because it looks as if it has now become an order of the day, where as soon as there is some form of inquiry going on, some form of report going on, something comes in to distract us. And those distractions, we don't need them, because the more they distract us, the more we don't get feedback. You see, there's a difference between saying we will and we did. In between, let us see that bridge. We have spent this money. What is the outcome? In another 1 year, when we now celebrate President Buhari's, third year in office, we want to make sure that money spent, because our hard-earned money.
Of course.
Right? Taxpayers hard-earned money.
It has to be reflective.
We have to make sure that money was not only spent properly, but is yielding money. Because when you spend money and you build all this infrastructure, is it yielding money? Because we want to yield money. We're tired of going and borrowing, cap in hand, begging IMF. And whenever they say dance, we ask them to what tune.
Yeah.
And we're going to move
We're
on.
just dancing according to their drums, And another story anyway, just so we move on, says why G5 betrayed Atiku and PDP in 2023. This is according to Autumn Others Opportunities, according to the ex-vice president as well. Momodu, of course, Dele Momodu, which we know is also a very strong hand, strong personality in the PDP, dumps PDP and joins ADC. We know yesterday we spoke about someone else dumping PDP, and now this time around we're saying Momodu dumps PDP and joins ADC, and I'm just like, really, all of these key figures. Atiku, yesterday it was Atiku. It's like the people that are holding the party,
pillars of the party,
the people that were still looking up to, like, oh yeah, this party has a lot going on right now. So many, it's shaky, but with these people, you're still looking at it like there's some sort of hope. And then we're seeing now that Momodu also dumps PDP, joins ADC, the same way Atiku dumped PDP and joined ADC rather. Now, another story here says why Wike talks down on PDP leaders. This is according to Ogidi, a South caretaker chair. Interpol probes importation of 3.3 billion naira damaged solar panels. Why are they importing damaged solar panels? It's important to find out.
Again, even though we don't have much time, that particular story about solar panels, damaged solar panels finding their way to Nigeria. First and foremost, what is our custom doing? You don't tell me this amount of solar panel at that tune of money will enter one small vehicle. No, it probably came in containers. And so whatever happened to not just checking to find out what goods are in the container, but actually find out if these things are actually harmful or are they actually effective? Meaning to say that, are we just using Nigeria as a dumping ground? Because the truth of the matter is, these people, the West and its partners and their partners, they've realized that, look,
anything can come into this one. Anything can be accepted.
Exactly. So let's just spray it, put the bandage over it, send it to Africa. If it doesn't work, they will, let them recycle it there.
Sending remnants, and we'll accept it with wholeheartedly.
And now we are wondering how come there's high risk of sickness, there's high level of sickness get to hear cancer this, cancer that, all over the nation. A lot is going on. You're trying to live a healthy life, trying to go to the gym, exercise, work out, and you're wondering, why are people still falling sick? The foods we're eating, the water we drink, is it that it's being poisoned by how? Where's it coming from? These are things we're talking about. When all this, unverified, or put this way, not verified, unchecked equipment, I'm trying to use the right word that will hit home. When you have all this equipment, cars that have been rejected, all the rejects, you bring them to Nigeria and say, oh, it's dumping ground. Look, let me tell you, there's a saying that goes this way. When someone comes to your house and sees that you use your own shirt to clean your shoe, when he comes the next time, what's he going to do? He's going to look for that your shirt to clean his own shoe. And that's exactly what's going on. That's why the United States, as Trump actually said, requested, put this way, asked Nigerian government to accept Venezuelan, prisoners who they want to deport to Nigeria. And they've been doing that low-key, talking to different African countries, as if it's part of a trade deal. If you don't do this, we slam you more tariffs. Right. So, you see, we are gradually losing face as a nation. And if no one will say it, well, unfortunately, someone has to say it. It might sound tough. It might sound as if we're coming with a hammer. But sometimes you need to hammer things down to hold it in place. And so in this case, if we want the world not to see us as a dumping ground, if we want the world not to see us as, okay, that is where to go to when we don't want rejects, then we need to begin to act as one. We as broadcasters, right, we are doing our part by making sure we market Nigeria. That's why we are BusinessDay TV, talk about Nigeria's business and how to grow. We want our leaders, the chief marketer of the country, right, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, market our country very well. And he's not doing badly. In the part where, like I did say before, and I must give him the accolade for this, when he said, look, we will not allow those people come in based on if it's a criteria for us to do business. Right. And most African countries are standing their ground, although 5 other African countries we know visited, honored the visitation in the US, and they had some conversations, right? Now, whether or not they are going to accept those prisoners who they want to deport from the United States, I don't know about that. But for this country, it was a good call. It was a good call that, the minister could say, no, this is not going to happen. Of course, I'm sure he actually discussed with our president regarding that. What am I heading to is that Nigeria, Republic of this beautiful Nigeria, should be seen by the world as not being a dumping ground. Yeah, we are the giants of Africa. We can't afford to be the dumping ground, honestly speaking, of the world. Honestly, and then the sooner we tell our narrative, the better. The other day, you and I were watching a documentary about some drug activity that goes on. Every country has their own drug issues. But let us begin to say, now this has been identified. How do we mitigate it? Because you can't 100% wipe off drugs. Even those what do you call them? Those Asian countries that in the West, yes, they have it worse over there. They have it worse. They have it worse. And some countries have applied the death penalty for drug dealers. Yet drugs are still going to those countries. So we can mitigate those things. Where am I heading to? Let us tell our narrative. Let us tell it well. All right. We got to go now. Yes. We have to wrap up on the papers, but let's quickly see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the Business Day paper. It's always a lovely way for us to end the newspaper review segment. Today is Friday, yes. So hopefully I'm hoping that it's something interesting. So that is it. So you see them on this the ranch. So you see 2 people. They are looking like it's giving just outdoor vibes. Says, wow, but why don't Nigerian leaders ever holiday in places like this? And then the other person says, because if it's not abroad, they don't believe it's worth looting for. Wow. I think this ranch is in Nigeria. And so we see foreigners. So the guy who first spoke looks like a foreigner. The guy responding is a Nigerian. You can tell from the description of the way the cartoon was. From the face, you can tell. So, I mean, I was just saying it right before the cartoon came up. We as a country must market Nigeria properly.
Yes.
You see this narrative
we have
now?
to be the ones to market.
That's my point. You see, he said, because if it's not abroad,
they don't believe
it's worth
looting for. That's even the crazy part for me.
So you see now. So
that's the crazy part.
The sooner we begin to understand that we have one nation, the better for us.
Mm-hmm.
For those people who were not alive during the Civil War, I wasn't alive at the time, right? I wasn't born in the time. For those who were not born at that time, let's be honest. Go and ask those who were there. They will tell you it's not a good sight. So we don't want to be pushed to that area where you have no other option but this. So our leaders should fix the nation so that people abroad, our brothers abroad and sisters abroad can come back and say, they all want to come back.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants to blow a second finger in another man's country.
Nobody wants to.
You know.
I mean, we just have to keep pushing the positive narrative about Nigeria. It's our own, it's our prerogative right now. I think as a media person, I'm going to do my part. You're going to do your part as well.
Right here.
That's the least we can do right now. Just hope that our authorities also do what they need to do. But that's where we wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment. We touched on Business Day, to the Punch, also to the cartoon of the day, and now we're coming to Business Morning just in a bit. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to Business Morning here on Business Day TV. It's Friday, July 18th, 2025. I am Destiny Momo.
And I'm Deborah Eze. Thank you for starting your day with us, where we bring you the latest insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape and also bringing analytical answers to the questions around the world of business and the economy.
And now let's move on to the first conversation for today. Nigeria, with over 200 million people and Africa's largest economy, continues to grapple with a perennial power crisis. Industrialist Aliko Dangote recently stated that Nigeria should be generating at least 60,000 megawatts of electricity. Yet, the country currently struggles to deliver even 4,000 to 5,000 megawatts consistently to its grid.
Now, this staggering shortfall continues to cripple industrial productivity, data investment, and burden citizens and businesses alike with the high cost of alternative energy. So, why, after decades of reforms, investment, and privatization efforts, is Nigeria still lagging so far behind in power generation?
Joining us now is Dikpo Oladende, Head of Energy Desk at Business Day, to help us break this down. Good morning, Mr. Dikpo.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. All right, let's look at the big picture first of all. Dangote says we should be generating 60,000 megawatts. How realistic is this figure that's based on the current population and industrial needs?
Once again, thanks for having me. That's an ambitious target, if you ask me. 60,000 megawatts when we are barely scratching the surface of about 5,000 megawatts. So it's a tall ordeal or a tall dream. Time will tell how quickly we can do what are the low-hanging fruits we can do to get close to some of these targets that global benchmark or the Dangote had projected that Nigeria should be. So the point I'm trying to make is 60,000 megawatts is a far tall order for Nigeria, because we are still not there yet. And so what are the challenges? We don't have enough gas power plants. We are not transmitting well enough. Debt is still a major challenge facing both the upstream angle of electricity market and then the downstream angle of electricity market. So we have a lot of bottlenecks here and there we are yet to fix. Some have argued that is the market bankable, or we are still not, we still don't have enough methodology or enough mechanics to actually have a market-driven tariff. And so, all of this conversation is making it difficult for us to get to the 60,000 megawatts that's Alhaji Aliko Dangote projected. So just yesterday, Business Day reported a story about electricity subsidy still being at a 10-year high, despite all the talks about increasing electricity tariff. So all of this conversation, until we solve all of our bottlenecks, I think we'll keep going round and round in circles. Okay. But I think until we fix all of this, it's going to be a difficult or a tall ordeal.
Well, we pray it's not going to be that difficult at the end of the day. Then why has Nigeria consistently failed to bridge the gap between installed capacity and actual generation?
So like I mentioned, debt is a major challenge. Majority of the government ministries, departments, and government agencies are majority of the big corporates in terms of debt. We also don't have debt to gencos is also a major challenge. So most times the way the electricity sector works, so you have the generating companies, you have the transmission companies, and then you have the distribution companies. And so the transmission company are still being 100% managed by the government. So we are not transmitting well enough. So even if we have the capacity to generate about 14,000 megawatts, 15,000 megawatts, we still are not doing well enough in terms of making sure that we tap the full potential of what we have to generate. And so that's the first angle. And then there is a transition angle as well. So what can we do to scale up transmission? What can we do to scale up distribution? What can we do to scale up metering and make sure that everybody who is on the value chain is doing its best or is operating at full capacity? in order to make sure that the electric sector is not only financially viable, but also able to meet the energy needs of most Nigerians. And so until we make sure that we put all the mechanisms in place, not just for residential customers, for large-scale industrial customers, for commercial customers as well, until we solve all of this, it's going to be difficult to make the sector viable, financially viable, because let's not forget, majority of the large-scale customers or commercial or industrial users are off the grid already. Majority of them are providing their own power. So you see companies like Total Energies, companies like MTN, companies like Nigerian Breweries. All of these guys are off the grid, and all of these guys are the kind of guys that should be on the grid because they'll be bringing in the money. They'll be paying a lot of their consumption will be very much high in demand, and so they'll be paying a lot. And so all of these are needed, in terms of making sure the sector is financially viable. But with all of these guys off the grid, we are at the mercy of residential customers. I mean, residential customers can only pay as high as they can consume, really. And so either you introduce a band A, band B, band C, or whatever band we put in, until we are able to get the large-scale guys back to the national grid, the commercial and the industrial users back to the national grid, put incentives for them, put the right atmosphere for them. Until then, we'll just keep running round in circles because the residential customers can only do much, do so little based on their financial powers. And if the sector is not financially viable, if the sector cannot exist on its own without subsidy, then we'll just keep going round and round in circles. So that's my view.
All right, so let's move our focus to infrastructure and investments. You mentioned that there are bottlenecks in the power sector. So what are the key infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's power value chain? I'm talking about generation, transmission, and distribution.
Well, so when I say bottlenecks, some of the bottlenecks we face is we need to upgrade the infrastructure in the power sector. Beyond upgrading, we also need to provide, we also need to make sure that there is no interference, there is no element of government interference, there is no element of subsidy, there's no interference whatsoever. So what that means is there needs to be a transition between demand and supply. We need to make sure that whoever is selling is getting his money, and then whoever is demanding also has the capability to pay for whatever is demanding on. So there's no freebies when it comes to the power sector. That's one of the bottlenecks we need to fix. We also need to fix the issues around, which I mentioned earlier, around government agencies as well, because they are some of the biggest or the largest culprits of debt. We also need to make sure that the sector is, there is a system where if you are aggrieved or if you have challenges regarding any issues you've been faced, the regulator is up to the task to make sure that it can settle its disputes within the sector as quickly as possible, so that events or the system can run concurrently without any element of interference. We also need to solve the issues around debt as well. I mean, no sector can survive efficiently well without the issue of debt, so we need to fix that as well. But then the most important thing is we need to make sure that whatever other countries are doing, we need to find a way to replicate it in Nigeria. So a lot of people have talked about Egypt, a lot of people have talked about Ivory Coast, a lot of people have talked about other countries within the African region who've been able to scale up energy access to about 90%, 80%, thanks to the fact that majority of these countries realize that we don't need to pay so much emphasis on the grid. Can we get some major people who are off the grid and put them in specialized and mini grids or specialized electricity system that will reduce pressure of the national grid? Again, there's also conversation about whether we need a national grid or we need a regional grid or we need this state electricity market that a lot of people are championing. Let each state be held accountable for generating, transmission, and distributing electricity within their states, so that each state can efficiently determine their own electricity success. So you see a state like Lagos, for instance, where all the banks' headquarters are residents in Lagos. Majority of the big companies have their headquarters in Lagos. You'd expect a state like Lagos to do more in terms of providing electricity, because a lot is at stake compared to states in the northern region or state in the southwest or southeast region that don't have enough industrialization compared to Lagos. So that conversation is also ongoing as well. So we need a mixture of all of this in order to improve electricity access and make it easily penetrate majority of the rural areas, and because you can't have double-digit GDP growth without industrialization. So without electricity, sorry. So until we scale up electricity access, it's difficult to talk about industrialization in Nigeria.
So much, Mr. Dipo. It was really good to have you on the Business Morning this morning.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to be having our second part of the conversation this morning. Just stay with us.
How is BAT adapting to the new, economic reforms in Nigeria?
First of all, I would like to say that BAT has been established in Nigeria for more than 100 years. We set up a factory in 2003, state-of-the-art factory, which we spent more than $185 million on since its inception. And so we're very well established in Nigeria. I would like to say we've seen a lot, and I don't want to say we've seen it all because you never know what's coming next. But of the last few years, I think I've been an MD in Nigeria, by the way, for the last 9 years. So I was here during COVID, I was here during the cash crunch, I was here during the government, there was an excise shock, then the new government have come in, etc. And I think that the new government, I have to commend the new government on the policies that they put in. They've taken some bold decisions, and they were probably long overdue, and that's why it caused quite a lot of short-term economic pain, both for the man on the street and for businesses as well. But we're starting to see some green shoots, coming out now. You have a stability in the naira, you have a reduction in inflation, you have fuel prices moderating. So it was a very difficult period, and me as an MD of the company, I joke, I used to spend 50% of my time managing the company and 50% explaining what we're trying to explain to head office what was happening in the market. But now I think the policies have become more consistent, and I feel that there's a renewed sense of optimism in the market across the different industries. And that's why, we're very optimistic about the future of Nigeria, and that's why we're fully established and we're here to stay.
Okay, so BAT is known for, their strong governance practices globally.
Sure.
How are you localizing these principles to fit into the Nigerian business environment as well?
Sure. So the Nigerian business environment has always been very complex from a governance perspective. One of our key values in BAT is do the right thing. So what does that mean? It means, essentially, we have global standards of business conduct, which every employee attests to. We do training, annual training, if not every 6 months, on business ethics, on leadership, and on all of the standards of the business conduct policies that we have within BAT. We ensure that the managers and the entirety of our employees are exposed, globally to those standards as well. And we make sure we pride ourselves that all of our operations, our people deliver, good quality products with best practices, but with integrity first and foremost.
Okay, sir. So I'm sure you've had a very wonderful time today at the event. I would like to get what's your key takeaway from today's event?
Yeah, I think first of all, congratulations on BusinessDay for such an amazing event, bringing together a cross-function of private sector and government. I do feel, I think it's an optimistic, feeling that I have leaving this event. Because often, it's very easy to criticize the environment that we operate in, government policies and so forth. But, we're starting to see the benefits of these reforms. and the future is looking a lot more optimistic. So I think it's almost it's a great knowledge sharing event, but it's almost, I get that there's a sense of a celebration of more optimistic times to come.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thanks.
How is
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact.
You're welcome back to Business Morning. Now, let's move on to our second conversation for today. Despite the recent hike in electricity tariffs across Nigeria, subsidy payments have surged to a 10-year high, raising and pressing questions about the financial sustainability of the country's power sector reforms as the government battles with inflation and a weakening naira. This development is placing further strain on public finances. What's driving the rise in subsidies, even amid higher consumer tariffs?
And what does this mean for electricity access, investor confidence, and the broader economy? Joining us now to unpack the numbers and implication is engineer Uzo Onwudinjo, NBA. He's a current registered mechanical engineer with over a decade experience in the power sector. Thank you for joining us this morning, Mr. Uzo.
You're welcome, Mr. Uzo.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, so let's move to the questions on the power sector. Let's start with the basics. Why are we seeing a spike in electricity subsidy despite the recent tariff increases?
Well, thank you. The spike that we've experienced in the electricity sector particularly happened in 2023. And the major reason we would have to blame the FX depreciation, because we all witnessed what happened with the floating of the naira and how it continued from about 200 or 700, about 600 or 700 naira, and continued to depreciate to what we have now, 1,500 and something. So if you look at the indices, for instance, the thermal stations, considering that they use gas, and despite the price of gas has not skyrocketed that much, but if you look at that $2 plus to 1 MMBTU, compared to what we were paying in 2022 and what we are paying now in 2025, the price is still about the same. But because what we were paying in naira then was just below 1,000 naira at 400 and something naira to $1, what we are paying now is close to 4,000, because right now we are paying 1,500 and something. So all these little things contribute to what we have. Then we also have the normal, the macroeconomic issues that we are facing generally in Nigeria, with the increase in cost of goods and services, operational costs, and so on and so forth. And to also add, we have the tariff. Apart from what we have with the Band A customers, the tariff has been frozen since 2022. So it's not reflective of the current realities.
The government introduced a service reflective tariff structure to actually reduce subsidy reliance. Do you think that this working or is working as intended?
Well, yes, because it was introduced as incentives for discos to work on their ATC and C losses, which are technical, commercial, and collection losses. So because the players have always complained about the cost of tariff not being reflective of current realities, so Band A customers, which just constitute about 15% of the customers in the electricity market, we are just selected as a kind of test to see how this would work, because customers have argued that so long as they have electricity, that they are willing to pay. So having these Band A customers is supposed to provide a clear, efficient, stable supply to them that will make them be able to service the system and also create incentives for the discos to perform better. So yes, it's working, but it's a gradual process.
Okay, so can you break down how the subsidy burden is currently split between the federal government and the discos?
Okay, subsidy payments is wholly taken care of by the federal government. The disco, they have their own problems. They manage ATC and C losses, which is also huge. If you look at the subsidy payments constitute what was paid in 2024, for instance, is about 1.9 trillion. That's a lot of money by the federal government. Discos concentrate on ATC and C, and these are losses from what's being given to consumers, which comes from things like not being able to collect the amount, the bills given to customers, issues of bypass, issues of energy theft, and so on and so forth. All these things are the areas where disco takes care of, while the federal government concentrates on subsidy payments. So it's wholly taken care of by the federal government. It's not shared.
Okay.
All right. So what are the major cost drivers contributing to the subsidy rise? Is it FX volatility, gas pricing, or something else?
Yes, it's FX volatility. It's also gas pricing. And to add to it, you also have the inefficiencies in the system, which you can include the aging infrastructure on all sectors, in transmission, in generation, in distribution. So it's not as efficient as it's supposed to be. So there is need to invest seriously in infrastructure to improve infrastructure. You also have liquidity issues where, money is really needed in the electricity sector. It's a very expensive thing to run. So you need money to be injected to be able to service all these areas and also handle debt. The debt that we have in the electricity sector is huge, both in the gas supply, which is over $1 billion, and you have a backlog from subsidy payments and so on and so forth. So all these things need to be sorted out for a better flow.
Okay, so what are the major costs driving contribution to the subsidy rise? Okay, that was what you answered. So let's look at how sustainable the level of subsidy is, especially considering the government's fiscal challenges. How sustainable is this level of subsidy?
Well, it's not sustainable at all because, like I said, in 2023, about 600 billion was paid as subsidies. In 2024, 1.9 trillion. This year, we don't know how much that will be paid. So this is huge. These are monies that are supposed to be channeled to, education and healthcare and so on and so forth. And if you look that this continues to rise, in 2022, I think less than 200 billion was paid. So if you look at the trajectory and you see that it continues to go higher and higher, so this needs to be put into control. So it's not sustainable at all. There needs to be a kind of different approach whereby these monies should be channeled in better areas that would improve the system and make it more sustainable and make also the players, make it more attractive for the players to invest and yield results.
Okay. Well, so some stakeholders often argue that tariff hikes are necessary but not sufficient without an improvement in power supply. Do you agree with this?
Yes, I do agree. And I think a majority of Nigerians agree also. That's why the survey created the what we have now with the Band A customers. A lot of people have said that once they have supply, good supply, that they are willing to pay. So that's why Band A was created to service these customers. So it's very, very important that these Band A customers need to be satisfied. We shouldn't be having a situation where they complain of getting, because they're supposed to get between 20 to 24 hour power supply. We don't want the situation where they will complain that some of them are getting 16 or 12 or so on and so forth. So the quality also has to be good. You don't need to be having constant interruptions and so on and so forth. So if the sector is able to convince this Band A that they're able to meet up with their requirements and also provide enough incentive for the players to see that we're serious as a country in making sure that the sector remains viable, it will continue to improve, and that would also make it possible to include other bands, especially the Band Bs and subsequently other bands. So yes, it's working and it's possible. It's necessary to continue to satisfy and improve supply to these bands.
Okay, so what could this hike actually mean for private investors in the power sector, especially those in generation or distribution? What could this mean for them?
Yes, that's what everyone wants. The target, the goal is to get to a cost-reflective tariff. Cost-reflective tariff in the sense that the cost of producing electricity should be reflective of the tariff. So we don't want a situation where you produce electricity and customers are paying below the cost of electricity and government uses subsidy to pay for the remaining thing. So consumers want, investors want a situation whereby full subsidy removal will be removed completely, and the market is very viable and lucrative for all parties. And if you look at what the EA 2023 provides, it's also when you want to also include the fact that electricity has been moved from exclusive to concurrent, whereby states can now get involved, and you also look at the areas in the mini grids and captive and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of areas for investors to come in, but there is need for there to strengthen the regulatory and legal framework to boost investor confidence. Investors need to come into the system guaranteed that they will get returns on their investments, guaranteed that it's a level playing field and enabling environment for them to thrive on.
All right, from a policy standpoint here, what steps do you think the government should be taking to balance affordability for consumers with sector viability?
Okay, Yes, first of all, should be strengthening the legal and regulatory framework, as mentioned. There are provisions. For instance, the NEC has this CPR, which is Customer Protection Regulation for 2023, and this regulation gives a lot of outlines about benefits that customers can get with when they are not treated properly. So, but when you go to the streets and ask people, for instance, if you ask someone, have you gotten a band A customer? If you ask him the month that you did not get supply above 20 hours, did you get compensation? They'll tell you no, that they've never heard of something like that. They've never done this and that. So I think there needs to be some kind of awareness for customers to understand that they have rights and it's actually protected by the NEC. There's a regulation that actually protects customers and all players to make sure that you get full satisfaction for this. So that needs to be strengthened. And other frameworks also, things like even the consumer protection, the PCAF, which is a provision in the EA, whereby there are targeted subsidies for different institutions, depending where you are or the kind of business that you do. The government is able to provide some kind of incentives or subsidies that will help you function properly. So all these little things, could help the industry quite well.
All right, let's bring it back to the consumers. What should households and also businesses expect in the months ahead? Should there be more price adjustment or improved service delivery? What's your thoughts on that?
Yes, I think a bit of both, because improved service delivery is paramount, and the federal government is quite passionate to achieve this. We have, for instance, with the split of NISO and TSP, NISO is supposed to concentrate on the service level agreement, which ensures that consumers get quality for what they receive. If you're on band A, you should get band A. If discos are unable to supply that, they will be penalized. So this will create a kind of motivation for discos and other players, generation and transmission. There are other contracts binding them, making sure that they have to perform properly. And this, because the federal government is gearing towards the cost-effective tariff seriously, it's very important for the government to concentrate on ensuring that customers are happy. If the customers are not satisfied, it's going to be more difficult for the federal government and also difficult to increase tariff. If you have a situation whereby, for instance, you also introduce a lot of things, a lot of provisions that the EA gives, like the states coming in, investors coming in, making sure that they can make the service more efficient. So what to expect also, apart from the quality service delivery, is there will certainly continue to be gradual increase, I would say, because like I said, the target is to eventually remove subsidy. So, but we hope it's not going to be as drastic as the petroleum subsidy when it was removed. Maybe it's going to be a gradual process. Maybe band B. I think the major thing to expect now is other bands to move from that 60-something naira, I think 66 naira, to about 110 or thereabout. Yeah. That's what others should expect. But for band A, I think band A remains stable to some extent for now. Okay. So I think those are the little things to expect.
All right, so let's take it away from subsidy now. I'm just going to ask a bonus question. Dangote says we should be generating 60,000 megawatts. This was said yesterday. How realistic, in your own view, do you feel this figure is based on the current population and the industrial needs?
Well, we already have a nameplate capacity of about 14,000 megawatts. So that's why we keep talking about the efficiency of the power sector. I think that's where the major problem is. If you look at what can the transmission will, for instance, transmission boasts that they can will about 8,000. What can distribution distribute? They say about 5,000 or thereabout. So if you look at it, you see that no matter how much you increase generation, also putting into consideration that we don't know how efficient these generation stations are, because a generation station could tell you that it can give you 1,000 megawatts, while due to gas supply or other issues, they're not able to give you that 1,000 megawatts. But even if, so it's not just about building generation stations, it's not just about improving, but it's about making those generation stations efficient. Then also increasing the capacity of the transmission stations, transmission network, and also the capacity of the distribution network. So if we start by increasing the capacity of the distribution network to get it to at least 8,000 that the transmission network is promising that they can do, I think that would be a very good thing.
Start point, yeah.
All right, we've been speaking with Mr. Uzo Onwudijo. I beg your pardon,
I was going
engineer.
to say he actually has a unique name.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for
coming
joining
on
us.
Business Morning.
We appreciate.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And that's the much we can take on Business Morning today. Up next is
Big Story. My name, of course, is Deborah Eze.
And I am Destiny Momo. Have a good morning.
How is BAT adapting to the new, economic reforms in Nigeria?
First of all, I would like to say that BAT has been established in Nigeria for more than 100 years. We set up a factory in 2003, state-of-the-art factory, which we spent more than $185 million on since its inception. And so we're very well established in Nigeria. I would like to say we've seen a lot, and I don't want to say we've seen it all because you never know what's coming next. But of the last few years, I think I've been an MD in Nigeria, by the way, for the last 9 years. So I was here during COVID, I was here during the cash crunch, I was here during the government, there was an excise shock, then the new government have come in, etc. And I think that the new government, I have to commend the new government on the policies that they put in. They've taken some bold decisions, and they were probably long overdue, and that's why it caused quite a lot of short-term economic pain, both for the man on the street and for businesses as well. But we're starting to see some green shoots, coming out now. You have a stability in the naira, you have a reduction in inflation, you have fuel prices moderating. So it was a very difficult period, and me as an MD of the company, I joke, I used to spend 50% of my time managing the company and 50% explaining what we're trying to explain to head office what was happening in the market. But now I think that the policies have become more consistent, and I feel that there's a renewed sense of optimism in the market across the different industries. And that's why, we're very optimistic about the future of Nigeria, and that's why we're fully established and we're here to stay.
Okay, so BAT is known for, their strong governance practices globally.
Sure.
How are you localizing these principles to fit into the Nigerian business environment as well?
Sure. So the Nigerian business environment has always been very complex from a governance perspective. One of our key values in BAT is do the right thing. So what does that mean? It means, essentially, we have global standards of business conduct, which every employee attests to. We do training, annual training, if not every 6 months, on business ethics, on leadership, and on all of the standards of the business conduct policies that we have within BAT. We ensure that the managers and the entirety of our employees are exposed, globally to those standards as well. And we make sure that, or we pride ourselves that all of our operations, our people deliver, good quality products with best practices, but with integrity first and foremost.
Okay, sir. So I'm sure you've had a very wonderful time today at the event. I would like to get what's your key takeaway from today's event?
Yeah, I think first of all, congratulations on Business Day for such an amazing event, bringing together a cross-function of private sector and government. I do feel, I think it's an optimistic, feeling that I have leaving this event, because often, it's very easy to criticize the environment that we operate in, government policies and so forth. But, we're starting to see the benefits of these reforms, and the future is looking a lot more optimistic. So I think it's almost a great knowledge sharing event, but it's almost, I get that there's a sense of a celebration of more optimistic times to come.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. How is BAT adapting to the new, economic reforms in Nigeria?
First of all, I would like to say that BAT has been
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel with the B.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel with the B.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Well, you're tuned into the big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we discuss key issues shaping our nation and economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we'll be exploring the deepening crisis in Nigeria's health sector through the lens of medical tourism. Despite repeated promises to revamp Nigeria's healthcare system, many of the country's top political leaders continue to seek medical treatment abroad. This recurring trend raises serious questions about the quality, accessibility and public confidence in our local hospitals. This is more so as the death of former President Muhammadu Buhari in a London clinic last week has sparked fresh concerns over the huge forex being expended by Nigerian leaders to access medical services abroad, while local hospitals are left almost in ruins. Now, this morning we examine why our leaders bypass the system they govern, and what does this mean actually for the average Nigerian. Well, joining us to unpack these issues and so much more is medical doctor and health policy expert Dr. Olufemi Babalola. Is the former president of the Guild of Medical Directors, and he joins us to unpack these issues today. Good morning and welcome to the show, Dr. Babalola.
Good morning.
Good to have you, sir. So in your view, what really is the reason why Nigerian leaders are consistently and persistently, if I may add, seeking medical treatment abroad? Is it a matter of trust? Is it a matter of capacity? Or is it something else?
Well, first of all, let me say that it is a shame that our leaders keep going abroad to seek medical intervention. To me, any leader that is worth his salt should take pride in the medical facilities that he has put in place at home. And no matter how good or bad it is, he should avail himself of the facilities that are on ground, because that is a real test of his mettle, it's a real test of his achievement as a leader. One of the main things that any leader of any country should take care of is the health of the population that he purports to lead. And if you are not confident in your own doctors or in your own health facilities, then shame on you. So to me, it is it's distressing to see that this continues to happen all the time, that our leaders will rush abroad to Paris, some of them go to Germany, some of them go to London, to receive health care.
Former media aide to the late former president Muhammadu Buhari had said, and I quote, he said his boss would have long died if he were receiving treatment locally. In your own opinion, will you say that this is a vote of no confidence in the system and also in Nigerian medical personnel, or is it something else?
Yes, it is a vote of no confidence in the Nigerian medical system by the head of state. You know what really distresses me most is that even the diagnosis of his problem, or the problem for which he's going abroad to be treated, is not even made known to us in Nigeria. Whatever the problem, so there's a lot of speculation as to what the problem is. Some people say it's an ear infection, some people say it's a GIT infection, some people say it's this or that. We don't even know exactly what the problem he's being treated for is. The first issue is that we need to know exactly what his problem is as a nation. Then we'll begin to see, okay, if he has this problem, why is it that we cannot treat him locally? Why is it that we cannot treat him in our own country? Is it that we do not have the equipment that we need to treat him? Or is it that we do not have the training to treat him? Or is it that we do not have the personnel or the setup? Then we now begin to tackle these problems one at a time and ensure that whatever is needed to treat the head of state is available in country, and that other compatriots who may have a similar problem will also be able to utilize the facilities to avail treatment for whatever condition it is that he has. I remember a couple of years ago, the former head of state in Russia, Boris Yeltsin, he had to do a quadruple bypass on his heart. Normally, the Americans were the best at doing that quadruple bypass. But what he told his people was that, look, if we cannot do this surgery in Russia, then let me die in Russia. So what they did was that they got the best Russian cardiovascular surgeon, who incidentally had trained in America, and they told him that he was going to have to perform the surgery in Russia. That would have been the first time they would perform that surgery in Russia. So what this Russian did was to send for his teacher, who was an American, a professor in America, to come over to Moscow. And they went over the case together, and they decided this is what they were going to do. But at the end of the day, the American surgeon was not even allowed into the theater, although he was around. He was not allowed into the theater. And the surgery was successfully performed, and Yeltsin was okay. And this is the kind of attitude we want our leaders to have, so that they take pride in their own country, and they take pride in what a country can do. And they show the citizens that they're really concerned about, making things work within their country.
All right, Dr. Babalola, I'll come back to ask you how much you think this impacts public morale and faith in the local system, because obviously the Nigerians, they're people that just because of the fact that they see their leaders, leaving the shores of the country to access healthcare, it gives them there's really no hope, in the healthcare system, because you're seeing the people that should be leading you, the people that should be making you believe in the system, moving out for healthcare. But, coming from a medical perspective, are there conditions that will truly require treatment abroad? Or do you think that most could actually be handled here with the right investment, perhaps?
Yes, to be honest, there's no condition that we should not be able to handle locally in Nigeria. Because I know for a fact that most of the facilities that are needed for advanced surgery are already present in the country, whether it is facilities to do open heart surgery, or facilities to do heart transplants, or facilities to do kidney transplants, or, name it. And as the former president of the Guild of Medical Directors, I actually take pride in our members who have invested heavily in some of these items that are needed to carry out advanced interventions. And even though some of this equipment may not be available in government hospitals, there are many private establishments, particularly in Lagos and in Abuja, that have facilities to handle most I won't say all, because obviously there will still be one or two things that we have not been trained to do. But I would say probably over 95% of interventions and procedures can be handled in country with the kind of investment that have been made, particularly in the private sector, so most of these things can be handled. Nowadays, for instance, kidney transplants are routinely done in Abuja and in some hospitals in Lagos. Most in vitro fertilization procedures are done in Lagos. Most interventional cardiology procedures are done in Abuja here and in Lagos and in some centers in Port Harcourt as well. Sometimes the limitation has to do with ourselves as a people, particularly when it comes to transplants. People, we still need to develop that culture of being our brother's keeper and donating, organs for people to transplant. For instance, as an ophthalmologist, I know that we could be doing corneal transplants freely in Nigeria, but unfortunately, people don't donate their corneas even after they die. They say they want to carry their eyes to heaven with them or whatever. So, but these are just some of the limitations that we have. Otherwise, the expertise is there and the equipment is there to do, I'm sure, up to 95% of what is done abroad.
But sir, some might argue, actually, you talk about we're still dealing with problems of electricity, we're still dealing with, the non-payment of salaries or underpayment, so to speak. So you find out that most of the best hands are, we are facing what we would call a brain drain, because most of our best hands are leaving the shores of the country to access, better. So let's talk about what can be done, because if you could just give us a sense of just how much damage the medical tourism by public officials has done to, Nigeria's efforts to build a functional healthcare system, because perhaps you are trying, maybe the healthcare, maybe the doctors are trying, but because of the fact that the people that should actually be pulling all their weight, they're actually leaving. So they are leaving the country to, medical tourism, like we call it. And that now brings us back to the situation that we're facing, where if knowing that there needs to be work done here, they know that they have no choice than, like that woman I'm speaking about, that is trying to give birth to a child, and is going to the worst place that no one should even find themselves in that place in the first place, trying to give birth. Perhaps if they know that they have no options, then they will do well for the healthcare sector here. So let's talk about, the damage that has been done to actually build a functional healthcare system. Do we still have Dr. Babalola?
Some of our healthcare facilities. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. We didn't hear you for a bit.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely, we can. We can hear you.
Sorry,
Please
I'm
go
sorry
ahead.
about that. Maybe. Can I continue?
Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. All right. So I was saying that the quality of our healthcare system leaves much to be desired in many aspects, particularly, I have to say, in the public sector.
Dr. Babalola. All right, just before the slight technical challenge, Dr. Babalola was speaking about, the fact that the quality of the healthcare sector leaves much to be desired in the country. People are grappling for the best of healthcare, but obviously there's a challenge that we're facing. Okay, please carry on, sir. We lost you for a bit.
I'm sorry about
All
I'm
right,
so sorry
please go
about
on.
that.
All right.
That's one of the gremlins in communication. So I was saying that the quality of the health care facilities we have, leaves much to be desired, particularly in the public sector. And many hospitals are challenged in terms of, the cleanliness of the wards, in terms of the motivation of the doctors, in terms of the quality of the facilities and equipment that they have to deploy to take care of patients. Most of it is down to poor funding by government. And even if the people who are charged with running the facilities do their best, there's a limit to what they can do, particularly if they don't have the funding that is required for them to run the place efficiently. Of course, one has to talk also about the issue of the motivation of the staff in terms of what they are being paid and how they are being taken care of. As we speak, the salary structure of many of our health personnel is nothing to write home about, and that is why many of our young ones, are actually, as soon as they graduate from medical school or nursing school, the next thing they're looking for is how to go abroad so that they can get some kind of good quality of life for themselves. I'm aware that the Nigerian Medical Association are in talk with government as to how the remuneration of the medical doctors can be improved upon and made something that is realistic given the economic situation in the country at the moment. And these are fact issues that government has to face head on if we want to improve services in our health sector. Now, somebody who is already struggling to make ends meet comes to the hospital and has to treat a pregnant woman or has to take her through delivery. The frustration that he's already coming to work with, it's not unlikely that he will bear, transmit that frustration to the way he's going to deal with the patient. So obviously we need to, make sure that our, health personnel are happy and they're well taken care of and given salaries that are meaningful in today's economic climate. Having said that, I have to also say that on the other end of the scale, we do have facilities that are world-class, particularly in the private sector. Even in Abuja here, for instance, some brand new hospitals have been built by, multilateral corporations, which are, world-class. And if it is a matter of our leaders wanting world-class facilities to get themselves to in, they are actually available here. I was from what I heard, the hospital where our former head of state was treated was the London hospital. I don't know whether it's accurate or not, but I have been to that facility before. And really, some of the things we have in Nigeria, some facilities we have in Nigeria, are even much better than in terms of the physical appearance, in terms of the array of equipment and facilities, than what they are able to offer there. And the irony, of course, again, is that maybe even when it gets there, it may be a Nigerian doctor that is going to treat him when he gets there, because quite a high proportion of the high-end health personnel in the United Kingdom are actually, Nigerians.
And that's really a sad fact.
Yeah, it's a sad fact. I mean, that our head of state will leave Nigeria and then go and meet another Nigerian over there who's going to be the one to treat him. And of course, any head of state should ask, why are you here? What are you doing here? Why are you not helping us at home with your skills? And he will get the predictable answer he will get is that, number one, government is not investing enough in healthcare. Number two, the salaries are not anything to write home about. And perhaps he may also talk about issues concerning security and all these other things. So these are the multifaceted issues that we face. But, the idea is, do we really want to face these problems head on? Some people have suggested that, the best thing to do is to ensure that no government official is sent abroad on taxpayer money for treatment. If a government official wants to travel abroad on his own, that's okay. But to spend taxpayer money, to take care of them and pay their bills, it's just unfunctionable. Any dollar or pound that is spent abroad to treat any government official is a missed opportunity at home. That dollar or pound could have been invested, in our own facilities here to get something that will be of use,
right,
not only to that particular head of state, but also to all other Nigerians who may have the same problem.
All right, Dr. Babalola, just because we are pressed for time, you did mention something that brings me to my next question, because we're really talking about, people in public office going for medical tourism. So in your opinion, do you think that there should be any laws that could be passed to limit public office holders from seeking treatment abroad unless under extreme conditions? I don't know if this is a reach, but do you think there should actually be any laws, limiting public officers from seeking treatment abroad?
Yes, certainly. There should be laws limiting public officials from accessing health abroad on taxpayer money.
Right.
Obviously, if they have a public official who has money by himself or herself and wants to avail treatment abroad, we can't force him to stay, and avail treatment in Nigeria. But if the person wants to go on taxpayer money, that's when the law should hold that. Look, okay, Mr. Suzu and so you have this problem, and you want treatment abroad. Good luck to you. It has been estimated that every year we spent about $1.5 billion from Nigeria to access healthcare abroad. And that will include diverse places like India, United Kingdom, United States, Germany, and so on and so forth. I can imagine if that $1.5 billion was invested locally in our hospitals, it will be extremely transformative, and we will have such an impactful, it will have such an impact on our healthcare facilities.
All right, just my final question before I let you go, Dr. Babalola. What lessons can we learn from other countries, in terms of practical steps that can be taken right now to restore confidence in Nigeria's health system, not just for the masses, but also for the elite? What lessons can we learn from the global stage?
Well, like I said, I know for a fact that countries where they have a modicum of pride in their in their nation, they do not, I mean, their leaders don't just travel abroad, to access healthcare abroad. When did you last hear that the head of state of India went to London to treat himself? Or the head of state of Pakistan? These are third world countries, just like Nigeria, it's not just in healthcare alone. Take, for instance, the cars that are bought by officials in Nigeria. I remember when Obasanjo was head of state, when he was military head of state, not during his last incarnation, he made it compulsory that all official cars had to be made in Nigeria. And everybody was riding around in their 504 and maybe 505, maximum. And we were doing it with pride, even down to the clothes that they were wearing officially. They said everybody should be using the low profile, and everybody was going to work in their Ankara proudly. It's the same thing they do in India. The cars that they use for government must be made in India. And the clothes they wear usually are Indian products. That is the only way to develop a country. If we say that our leaders can just run abroad when they have a slight cough, a slight headache, then we're not going to develop. We're going to remain just the same way we are. So I want to urge our legislators and leaders to pass that law to make it impossible for people to travel abroad on taxpayer money to access treatment. So that's the only way we can know that, okay, we have to be serious about our health care, and then we concentrate on doing the needful to raise the level of care we bring to our people.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Babalola, for your submissions this morning on The Big Story. It was truly insightful. Thank you very much. Well, this has been The Big Story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the social listening segment. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is was a commendation. and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Oladabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
it again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high target.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome back to Social Listening here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we discuss some of the biggest stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course joining me is
Onyeka Valentine.
Absolutely, is ready today. Not with that drum roll, but let's get into it right now. Veteran journalist and former presidential aspirant Dele Momodu has officially parted ways with the People's Democratic Party. Now, in a strongly worded letter which was dated July 17th, which was yesterday, he accused the PDP of being hijacked by what he called anti-democratic forces. Now, this letter, which was addressed to the chairman of the local PDP ward in Edo State, made it clear the resignation takes immediate effect. That is, no waste of time, immediacy. He called the PDP a carcass, saying the party no longer reflects its founding ideals. And according to him, it's now in the grip of the power players who have sidelined internal democracy. Rather than stay silent, Momodu says he's moving on to a new political home, the African Democratic Congress, a coalition he believes still stands for democratic values. Now we see all the number of people who have streamed, or will I say, yes, who have moved, to this party, from just a day ago it was Atiku Abubakar, today is Dele Momodu. I don't know who next it will be tomorrow or next tomorrow, but there seems to have some of the biggest political bigwigs in that coalition right now. But we see some of the reaction. Before I come to you, Valentine, to hear what you make of this move, if you think he's following Atiku's step, or truly means what he said when he says that PDP has become a carcass. But see some of the reactions. Adiola Fisher says presidential greatness and legacy series. Nigerian politicians, I love that title, says Nigerian politicians are so predictable. You don't need the expertise of intelligence institutions such as the DSS, FBI, or CIA to accurately state what their next move will be. Greatness and legacy series. I'm loving it. Dr. Stephen says, this breed of Nigerian politicians lack political ideologies and agenda, and that is why our political system has not evolved since 1999. With strong ideologies, political defections will be minimized and our political system will start advancing. I think it's about time we start talking about strong ideologies, obviously. But let's see more reactions to this conversation on social media. Mr. Nice Guy says, you all should know Dele is always after the bag. Wow. And the person that owns that bag is Atiku. Dele na smart guy. I don't want to bring in my own ideologies or my own opinion because I have a lot to say. But let's see more reactions. Small but mighty says, honestly, Dele Momodu leaving PDP to join ADC isn't shocking. What's shocking is him calling PDP a carcass, a party he passionately defended just months ago. I completely agree. Politicians move like breeze. No loyalty to party, just proximity to power. Nigerians, take note. On that note, it's back to Valentine right now.
Oh my goodness. Your
thoughts? Is this, do you agree with those commenters? Do you think it's following Atiku's step? Or do you think it truly means what it said? Maybe, you know how they say, there's a saying that says, I'm trying to remember it right now, but just plainly speaking, it's we morph in our ideologies over time. Like I could say this yesterday and tomorrow I say another thing. Not because I'm speaking with both sides of my mind, but because I've grown
in a different angle.
No, not because I've grown past that thought pattern. So it's possible that yes, he's saying that they're a carcass. Maybe months ago he defended, that's what he believed. But it's like, wait a minute, what do you mean?
Again, I think first and foremost we should look at it from this angle.
Okay.
I think the sooner media, well, quote and unquote, media professionals distance themselves from the actual politics, the better for us. Imagine so let's put it this way, how would people take you seriously as a journalist, take you seriously as a media person, take you seriously as someone who they look up to for, accurate news or conversations when it has to be politicking within the Nigerian context of democratic dispensation? How would they take you seriously when you're actively in the party and yet you criticize other people? Nobody will see you as someone who is, quite serious. However, we've been able to take him seriously. And this is no way trying to tarnish the image. No, it's just me calling a spade a spade. So, having identified yourself with a particular party for a long time, now, even at the tail end, you actually still kept on rooting for the party. You need to say you were saying those things, take note, with intent in mind that it's just for mercy. I am going to leave when the time is right. But let me for now act as if, it is in my interest. Having said that, the other guy that said he follows the money, whoever has the money back is the person who is loyal to.
Proximity to power.
Yes, we already know human beings in general, they like to go where it favors them. But whatever happened to integrity? Whatever happened to perseverance? Whatever happened to say what you do and do what you say?
My people will say integrity, they buy clothes for market.
Well, again, so it is now a Nigerian context thinking, which we have become used to. But even at that, I'm not going to run the foreigners away from it. They also do it too in the UK, they do it in the US. In the US, you see people jump from one area to another area. But let's be honest, if you are the front burner of something and you're saying it is this or nothing at all, then all of a sudden you change your mind. And the question will now be, what message are you sending to the young ones? I understand maybe PDP is saying it's decline, if at all. I'm not part of the PDP or APC or no. Our job is to put them in check. But imagine if I'm now part of a particular party and I still come on TV, right? So now say, let us strike the balance. Do you know that APC or PDP? Nobody take me seriously. Say, no, this guy already has identified himself with this particular party. So my thoughts and ideas most definitely will be biased. However, over time he has been able to manage it. But seeing that he's moved from PDP to ADC, I'm waiting to this right now. The soup is getting more interesting. I'm waiting to see what he will now say about PDP after everything. Oh, these are the secrets of the PDP. This happened, that happened, because it's now well rooted in the ADC. So let us see how it's going to play out. If truly he's someone who says that he stands for truth, and then he's someone who likes to say things the way they are, let us see if truly he will bring out those secrets that actually contributed to the decline of PDP. That being said, he will have to step on next for that to happen. Will he be willing to step on next? He's a media person too, don't forget. He has a long experience and stripes on his shoulders from journalism and every other thing, right? So will he be willing to step on next to ascertain his position in ADC? And sometimes you're not seeing. He's not someone who likes to play on the background. For you to climb up the ranks of any institution, you must be well seen and recognized to be able to put down other people. This is power, talking about power. And in the business of power, there's a tendency that you will have to put down others for you to climb. Will he be willing and ready, despite whatever it is, to bring out some dirty linen out of the PDP, which already is in his power, to climb to the ADC? All that will have to play out, we'll see. It's called political science.
At this point, I'm just speechless right now. But these things that are happening in Nigeria, it's not just a Nigerian thing. When I see commenters say, oh, Nigerian politicians, yeah, we get it, that Nigerian politicians have their attributes, but politics itself has its attributes, which is universal.
In fact,
in Nigeria, in the United States, in the United Kingdom, I mean, look at the short marriage between Elon Musk and Donald Trump.
For anyone who
That
wants
was
to
short marriage. Like, look at how the alliance was like we say, it was alliancing. Even while we had one side of our eyes were looking like these guys. But look at how short-lived it was. Next thing is bashing all Donald Trump's policies, and Donald is also bashing him back. And you're like, but I thought you guys had the same ideology. Now you're going to talk about ideologies. So if we're speaking about ideologies, come on, it's a universal practice across the world. It's just permanent interest, really. Anyway, let's move now to our next story, where the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, which is also called NEL Fund, just confirmed that over 73.2 billion naira has been disbursed to nearly 400,000 students across Nigeria. At a press briefing in Abuja, the agency's MD Akintunde Sawyer broke it down to 38.3 billion naira. He said it went toward tuition fees, while 34.9 billion naira covered up students' upkeep. It says students from 206 institutions across all 36 states and FCT have already benefited from the program. And there's more. Nelfon says it's planning to launch a dedicated job portal by 2026 to help student loan recipients find jobs and boost repayment rate. Now, that's the gist coming from the NEL Fund side of life. But let's see some of the reactions on social media to this story. Tinubunomics, I love that handle. It says, imagine the number of beneficiaries and they will all keep mum. Yet you will see some of them shouting that government is not doing anything for them. That's also something to actually ponder on. Let's see more reactions on social media. Evan says, while 73.2 billion naira to nearly 400,000 students sounds impressive, I worry about the program's long-term impact. How will the government ensure that these loans don't become an unmanageable debt burden for young Nigerians? Without strong oversight and financial education, this initiative risks repeating past mistakes where loans turned into lifelong liabilities instead of opportunities. That's a good side of it. I like when people share their opinions and they think critically. Possibility says, why can't you create job opportunities instead of loans to students? Interesting. There are lots of graduates without jobs, giving student loans without hope for students to pay back. I think they're just trying to copy the UK style and with the student loans. Evan says, for purpose of accountability, could the names be on the website to confirm the veracity of the above information? Because it's easy to say, it's easy for me to say 1 million people are benefiting. Let me see them. And in fact, after I see the list, let them come out and say I'm a beneficiary. Let me see them, obviously. And even at that, even they come out and say I can also still rent people to say. So it's even hard to even still say, oh, let me now see them make videos. What else can I say? Okay, maybe confirming from the institution that this.
So again, let's give a round of applause that the federal government can actually say, I want to strike it first. So as we give the round of applause, that they can actually say, we are coming out with this amount of money in the midst of all the problems we're facing. We still have some money we can cover for student loans. It's a good way to start. Again, let us also mitigate the situation in events where the money doesn't get to its right destination. How is that going to be possible? I will explain. In an event where these monies, right, with the S, money is S, go through several accounts, don't forget it's also going to fund those banks and fund other parastatals that depends on those funds to be disbursed. As the money moves around, the money reduces. Now, the money leaves trails. We want to see that the money, as it moves from one point to another point, moves to different agents, moves to different parastatals, and then trickles down to different universities, that we track it properly. Let us have, we have, of course, we have the media department, which is media industry, that's us. We also have people who, so let us use the federal government's media platform. Let them be able to track this money, not just say, oh, we'll pack like 200 students in the room and say, did all of you receive the money? Yes, we did. No. Let there be proper data and analysis as feedback and evaluation, and then lesson learned. Because if they don't follow the steps, then proper accountability could have been denied. And this is even a painful aspect. If we had this kind of money, why are we talking about us going on strike? After all, without lecturers, with students having a business in school. So I think it's not a bad call or bad thing to make sure, funds can get to students based on bursary and every other thing. Nothing is wrong with it. But I'm saying, let us put the horse before the cart. Let the teachers, let the lecturers be willing to come to class by making sure that their own demands are met. If they've done it already, kudos to the government. Good and fine. But only last week we heard about something about ASU strike or whatever it is. I can't remember. But this money now is not going to students, the pocket of students. Let it actually touch their pocket. Let them feel some level of, ease of pain, ease of financial burden. After that, let us document. Let there be a documentation that will actually show real people, not a rented crowd now. And then let us find out what they use the money for. This is where we can create a different business. We're a business television. We follow the business. So I see another business opportunity in the disbursement of that funds. Let that business bring money to the GDP back in return. How? Most of those students have entrepreneurial skills, entrepreneurial ideas. We're not saying they should leave classes to go do business, but you have other vocational things that you can do. You can do a lot of, proper and not scam, but legit business online. Have some level of, entrepreneurial sense and have your own business online while you're studying. Let us be able to document that this money they use for school, they also use to start up some one or two small businesses.
True.
And let the money trickle back to the government. That's why it's called an economy. Money goes around, comes back around. Otherwise, would I just simply mean throw money to the wind, throw money to the wind, throw money to the wind, and then go back to IMF, go back to the to World Bank, go and beg for money. So we are owing World Bank and owing whatever it is, and we are not accountable to money. So I think those who are the economic, call them the Oshibabas of the economy, who advise our governor, our president, should also say, sir, now this money is about to be disbursed. Can we follow the money? Can we also make sure it gets to the right end? Can we also make sure that the people who receive the money are also held accountable? It's important. If every stakeholder is held accountable, there will be a tripartite understanding whereby next time, we know that this money will not waste time to come out. This way now, everyone will be a stakeholder. And of course, we'll have some of them come on TV here and ask them one or two questions. We ask them, so you were a recipient of the bursary of the money they gave to you? Yes, okay, good, tell us. What were you able to do with it? Were you able to pay, not just pay your small bills, but also did you start any business with it? Did the money really get to you as at when due? The amount of money allocated, was it given to you, or did somebody had to tell you, give me my own cut before you get your money? Those are the stories that will enable
those are the issues actually
to come to light. So we'll do our own part to follow through, and most definitely, we also give the government kudos too for making this amount of money available. We don't want to hear a story that halfway the money had flat tire, so they have to take tire. No.
Like my friend will say, aeroplane jammed bicycle.
We don't want to hear that story. We want to get there, and of course, carry the EFCC along, carry the ICPC, carry all the institutions along. It's not small money. 73 point. It's a lot of money.
3.2 billion. Billion naira. Billion, not million. No. Anyway, that's where we leave it today on the social listening segment. Today it's been an amazing ride. From Monday up until Friday. We'll see you again this time, same station. Next week, Monday, on the social listening segment. In fact, the entire breakfast show. But it was truly a delight having you all stick around with us on the BDTV breakfast show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Monica Valentine.
Until next Monday, stay with BDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business services of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets. Since we last came to you on Wednesday, quite a lot has happened in the past few days, and we're kicking off with the rundowns of some of the happenings in the business world. We're starting off with Otudeko and Tunde Hassan Odukale exiting from First Holdco in a 323 billion naira deal. Entities linked to the former chairman of First Holdco Group, of FBN Holdings as we know it, and the former chairman of First Bank of Nigeria, Tunde Hassan Odukale, sold a total of 10.433 billion First Holdco shares to an relatively unknown RC Investment Management Limited in a deal valued at about 323 billion naira. This transaction is noted as the highest off-market transaction ever seen on the NGX. According to documents obtained by BusinessDay, the buyer company is linked to one Samuel Babatunde Sule. Sule's RC Investment acquired approximately 7.8787 billion shares from Barbican Capital and RAML, entities associated with Obautudeko. RC Investment also bought 2.647 billion shares from entities related to Tunde Hassan Odukale. This sale was brokered by the CBN to help resolve a leadership tussle at the helm of the bank that had served as a major distraction for the bank's capital raising plans. This transaction will see about Tudeko cash out 241.4 billion naira while also marking his exit from First Holdco. Udukali and his associated companies will cash out 82.1 billion naira. First Holdco has consistently acknowledged Otudeko's 8.65% stake in the bank, but the remaining 9.94% has long been the subject of dispute with him and the CBN. The deal marks the end of an era of Obaotudeko at First Bank, where he served as the bank's chairman between 1997 and 2011 and as the group chairman between 2011 and 2010. Nearly 24 years. Then we move on to Zenith Bank that has crossed the 3 trillion naira market capitalization just after GTCO. Zenith Bank PLC has become Nigeria's second biggest bank by market capitalization, closely following GTCO's, that's GTCO Holdings PLC. Analysts say this shows growing investors' confidence in the top-tier banks in Nigeria. Zenith Bank market capitalization climbed to 3.12 trillion on Thursday, July 17, a 6.1% increase in just about 2 days. The lender's share price increased by 6.29% to 76 naira per share. Basically, both Zenith and GTCO have demonstrated robust earnings strength, posting annual net income of over 1 trillion naira in 2024. Zenith Bank led with 1.03 trillion and GTCO had a net income of 1.02 trillion. However, in 2025, Nigerian banks are grappling with a slowdown in profitability. Then we move on to EcoBank. EcoBank Nigeria has repaid 50% Eurobond issuance. That is a signal of some rebounding liquidity position. The EcoBank Nigeria has repaid $150 million, representing 50% of its $300 million 7.125% Eurobond that was due for February 2026. This early redemption reinforces the bank's liquidity position and commitment to balance sheet optimization. It comes amid improving cash flow that has been driven by increased loan recoveries and early settlement of promissory notes from its parent company, EcoBank Transnational Incorporated. Despite some macroeconomic challenges, EcoBank Nigeria's liquidity ratio still remains above the 30% regulatory minimum. Then we move to the US and the international scene. The US House of Representatives passed some landmark crypto bills that received bipartisan backing yesterday. In a historic move, the US House of Representatives has passed 2 major cryptocurrency bills, signaling a turning point in digital asset regulation. On Thursday, lawmakers voted 308 to 122 to approve the Genius Act, which sets new rules for stable coins tied to traditional assets like the dollar. Already cleared by the Senate, the bill now awaits President Trump's signature. And in a separate 294 to 134 vote, the House passed the Clarity Act, aimed at creating a broader regulatory framework for cryptocurrencies. While some Democrats, like the minority leader Hakeem Jeffries, opposed the second bill, others like Nancy Pelosi and Pete Aguilar crossed party lines in support. Notably, Reps Maxine Waters criticized both bills, citing risk to financial stability and ethics concerns over Trump-linked crypto ventures. Lawmakers also passed a third bill banning the creation of a United States central bank digital currency, cementing a Republican-led shift towards crypto-friendly policies. Ghana's central bank held an emergency meeting on economic development. The Ghana Central Bank held an emergency monetary policy committee meeting on Thursday to assess recent economic trend, the Bank of Ghana said in a statement. That meeting was originally scheduled to hold on July 28. However, it was brought forward amid shifting economic indicators. The MPC is expected to announce its policy decisions today, Friday, following the last session. The last scheduled meeting in May saw the policy rate hold steady at 28% as the bank is maintaining a tight stance to manage inflation. Ghana's inflation outlook continues to improve, with consumer prices index easing for the 6th consecutive month, 13.7% in June, marking the lowest level since 2021. Producer price inflation also declined sharply to 5.9% year on year. The emergency meeting comes ahead of the Finance Minister Mohammed Amin Adam's mid-year budget review that has been scheduled for July 24, where further consolidation measures could be unveiled for the cocoa, gold, and oil-rich nation. After the break, we return with a rundown from the market from yesterday.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
How is BAT adapting to the new, economic reforms in Nigeria?
A lot. And I don't want to say we've seen it all because you never know what's coming next. But of the last few years, I think I've been an MD in Nigeria, by the way, for the last 9 years. So I was here during COVID. I was here during the cash crunch. I was here during the government, there was an excise shock, then the new government have come in, etc. And I think that the new government, I have to commend the new government on the policies that they put in. They've taken some bold decisions, and they were probably long overdue, and that's why it caused quite a lot of short-term economic pain, both for the man on the street and for businesses as well. But we're starting to...
On the market scene, we've seen quite a bit of action. From Wednesday, we saw another surge in action on Thursday. On Wednesday, we had what we describe as a phenomenal day, a day in the market that has never been seen before. 324 billion worth of First Bank shares traded in one day, over close to 370 billion shares traded. But let's look at what we have from yesterday. Yesterday, the market continued its bullish run. We are still on the longest bullish streak since January 2024. We are getting close to hitting the mark that was hit then, because we have been on a bullish streak every day since July 1 till today, which is July the 18th. We saw the market go up by 1.02% to close at a new all-time high, 130,283 points, bringing the year to date to a strong 26.58%. This is marking the 7th year of consecutive gains in the NGX. We've had the index, the all share index closing in a positive 2019, 2020, 2021, 22, 23, 24, and 25. We saw now market cap has hit 82.4 trillion naira, in dollar terms about $54 billion. Investors exchanged about 1.19 billion shares yesterday, valued at over 42.75 billion naira, underscoring renewed momentum across key sectors. Top gainers, the rally was driven by heavyweight cement stocks. We saw Boa Cement soar by the daily limit of 10%, closing at 112 naira 20 kobo. Dangote Cement followed closely 9.99% to close at a share price of 473 naira and 30 kobo. Champs Holdco continued its hot streak, gaining 9.96% to close at a share price of 3 naira 09 kobo. Then First Bank Holdings, First Holdco, which has been much in the news of recent, rose 9.94% to close at 35 naira 40 kobo. His highest share price since March 2024. ABC Transport rounded out the top 5, advancing by 9.85% to close at a share price of 5 naira 69 kobo. On the losing side, we saw 5 stocks go down. We saw May and Baker down. All the top losers of yesterday closed by the limits down. May and Baker down 10%, RT Briscoe down 10%, Mikio down 10%, John Holt down 10%, and Beggar Paints down 10%, reflecting a lot of profit taking and sectoral rotation. While we saw a bit of the heavy stocks, heavy cap stocks advance greatly, we saw a lot of mid cap and lower cap stocks go down significantly. By volume, the most active stocks, we saw Access Holdings with 168 million shares traded. They were followed by First Holdco. We saw 86.415 million shares and a trading value of 3.045 billion naira. Bank followed 83.357 million shares. However, in terms of value, they were the top traded stock with over 6 billion worth of Zenith Bank stocks traded yesterday. Nigerian Breweries followed Zenith Bank 68.567 million shares and in value 5.08 billion naira. Then we also see ICO appear on the list with 65.251 million shares, in value terms 139 million naira. But then we move on to the global market scene, where we see Wall Street extend its gains from yesterday. Dow Jones up 0.47%, S&P 500 also added 0.47%. Then Nasdaq jumped with a 0.76% jump. All of these indexes have hit record high and keep hitting record high. Then in Asia, Nikkei gained 0.60%, the Kospi of Korea gained 0.19%, and there was a slight dip in Hong Kong as the Hang Seng Index dipped by 0.08%. Then we move on to Europe, where we saw again all of the major exchanges in Europe saw a lot of bullish. There was a rally. FTSE up 0.52%, still inching closer to the 9,000 mark, which it has not hit yet. CAC 40 from Paris 1.29% to hit 7,822 points, and DAX index up by 1.51%, buoyed by earnings optimism. On the currency side, we've not seen a lot of action with the naira against the dollar. We've seen the naira still hovering against the 1,530 mark. Yesterday it was up slightly, closed at 1,528 naira. The euros 1,771 naira, and the British pounds 2,048 naira. After the break, we're going to be returning with a conversation where we're going to be assessing what is going on in First Holdco, investor sentiment about the deal that has happened and what they expect from the future. Stay with us.
How is BAT adapting to the new, economic reforms in Nigeria?
First of all, I would like to say that BAT has been established in Nigeria for more than 100 years. We set up a factory in 2003, state-of-the-art factory, which we spent more than $185 million on since its inception. And so we're very well established in Nigeria. I would like to say we've seen a lot, and I don't want to say we've seen it all because you never know what's coming next. But over the last few years, I think I've been an MD in Nigeria, by the way, for the last 9 years. So I was here during COVID, I was here during the cash crunch, I was here during the government, there was an excise shock, then the new government have come in, etc. And I think that the new government, I have to commend the new government on the policies that they put in. They've taken some bold decisions, and they were probably long overdue, and that's why it caused quite a lot of short-term economic pain, both for the man on the street and for businesses as well. But we're starting to see some green shoots, coming out now. You have a stability in the naira. You have a reduction in inflation. You have fuel prices moderating. So it was a very difficult period. And me as an MD of the company, I joke. I used to spend 50% of my time managing the company and 50% explaining what we're trying to explain to head office, what was happening in the market. But now I think the policies have become more consistent, and I feel that there's a renewed sense of optimism in the market across the different industries. And that's why we're very optimistic about the future of Nigeria, and that's why we're fully established and we're here to stay.
Okay, so BAT is known for their strong governance practices globally.
Sure.
How are you localizing these principles to fit into the Nigerian business environment as well?
Sure. So the Nigerian business environment has always been very complex from a governance perspective. One of our key values in BAT is do the right thing. So what does that mean? It means, essentially, we have global standards of business conduct, which every employee attests to. We do training, annual training, if not every 6 months, on business ethics, on leadership, and on all of the standards of the business conduct policies that we have within BAT. We ensure that the managers and the entirety of our employees are exposed, globally to those standards as well. And we make sure we pride ourselves that all of our operations, our people deliver, good quality products with best practices, but with integrity first and foremost.
Okay, sir. So I'm sure you've had a very wonderful time today at the event. I would like to get what's your key takeaway from today's event?
Yeah, I think first of all, congratulations on Business Day for such an amazing event, bringing together really a cross-function of private sector and government. I do feel, I think it's an optimistic feeling that I have leaving this event, because often, it's very easy to criticize the environment that we operate in, government policies and so forth. But, we're starting to see the benefits of these reforms, and the future is looking a lot more optimistic. So I think it's almost it's a great knowledge sharing event, but it's almost, I get that there's a sense of a celebration of more optimistic times to come.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. How is BAT adapting to the new, Welcome to Today in History here on bdtv, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, July 18th.
On this day in 1933, the Dow Jones Industrial Average reached a peak of 108.67, a 100% gain within the year, and the only time in history the markets have doubled within 1 year. However, the bull market would not last. The Dow would close at 88.42 by the end of the year. Despite the best year in the index's history, the US had a long way to go to recover from the market decline from 1929 to 1932. Even at the Dow's 1933 peak, after doubling during the year, the index was still down more than 70% from its 1929 high. And on this day in 1968, Intel was founded by Robert Noyce and Gordon Moore with $2.5 million in capital. Today, that $2.5 million in capital has grown a company that is worth over $98.99 billion with a revenue of $54.23 billion as of 2023. Intel would not spend so much time as a private company, completing their IPO on October 13, 1971. Since then, shares of the company are up to about 413,000%, and over the last 47 years has had a compounded annual growth of 19.3%. It was also one of the first companies listed on NASDAQ. It was the world's largest semiconductor chip manufacturer by revenue in 2024 and has been included in the Fortune 500 list of the largest U.S. corporations by revenue since 2007. And on this day in 2013, Detroit submitted a claim for Chapter 9 bankruptcy protection, the largest of such filing for a U.S. city ever, with up to $20 billion in debt. The city officially emerged from the bankruptcy the following year. In finding the city eligible for bankruptcy in December 2013, a federal judge stated that cuts to municipal pensions would be legally permissible, although he criticized the city for failing to negotiate with its creditors in good faith. When Detroit officially emerged from bankruptcy in December 2014, the mayor at the time resigned and the control of the city's operations reverted to Duggan and the city council.
And that's how far we can take you today in history. I am Norma Obona for Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
A key takeaway from Afreximbank's 2025 annual meetings, which held last month in Abuja, is the growing recognition of Africa's resilience amid global shocks. However, Yemi Kale, Afreximbank's managing director and group chief economist, emphasizes that resilience alone is insufficient and highlights the urgent need to boost intra-African trade, mobilize local capital, and forge new partnerships to drive sustainable growth. At Afreximbank, Kale oversees research and international cooperation. He was formerly chief economist and head of research at KPMG West Africa and served as Nigeria's statistician general and CEO of the National Bureau of Statistics. He held roles at Goldman Sachs and Merrill Lynch before leading research at Stanbic IBTC. Shortly after the meetings, Onyinye Nwachukwu, Business Day's Abuja Bureau Chief, had an exclusive interview with Kale to discuss the key insights and the bank's strategic direction.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to speak on your program. I think the annual meetings are going very well, just as we expected. We have been working and planning this for months. The planning started at later December. We picked the theme in November, so it's something, and I know the way these programs are. When you pick a theme, you have to now break that theme into different sub-themes. So you have to look for speakers that complement each other and put them and arrange everything in order. So it took a lot of work, and of course that's the technical part. There's also the logistics and all that. I think there were 3 reasons when we sat down with my team to decide what theme. One was, I think we know that in life you have to take stock. Look at how you have performed and then review your performance, and then it's like it happens in companies every year. They look at their shareholders meetings or their AGMs. They look at the previous year and they plan for the next year. What we try to do here is to look at Afreximbank since inception. There were 2 reasons why we did that. One was the fact that this was the year that we're having a new chief executive officer.
Last month in Abuja is the growing recognition of Africa's resilience amid global shocks.
In a year, it has lasted 3 years, much stronger. There were challenges that made it difficult for the bank to accomplish its mandate. We have had so many global crises all throughout that entire 33 years, and we survived it. So again, like I said, because of all these things, we thought we've gone through so much as a bank, as a continent. How we have done very well. It's important for us to learn the lessons that we learned when we are going through that process, both good and bad, and then plan, based on those lessons, plan for the next 10, 20, 30 years, how we're going to continue to sustain the bank. So that was the basis in which that team was selected. I think it's becoming firstly, Africa is still very resilient. The key takeaway there is that resilience is not enough. I think the central bank governor also said the same thing, and our reports, the flagship reports, suggested the same thing, that we need to institutionalize that resilience. We have to ensure that it's not just based on luck. It's not just based on the fact that we're not too integrated into the global market. We have to ensure that we build the structures, the systems that would ensure that when the next global crisis occurs, we'll be resilient, but not just because we are a small player in the global market, because we have strong structures, we have a large industrial base, we have well-educated people in good jobs, producing things they can sell within the continent and outside the continent. I think that's the first takeaway. Second takeaway from the discussions is that I think there's now a recognition that we can't rely on our traditional partners. Many African countries are still tied to their past colonial partners, and they still trade investments that comes in that direction. But we have realized that time and time again, anytime there's a problem, there's a crisis, they pull away, and we suffer for it. Not because we had our own problem. We are not part of whatever they're doing out there, but they have a problem, but we are just part of the. We just get hit. For example, during the last global crisis, African countries still had demand for their goods and services. They were still buying things. Their consumers were still buying things. But because I need to import something, raw materials from other country to satisfy production for my people who actually want to still have money to buy, but I need dollars to do that. I have to first look for dollars, convert naira to dollars, buy the goods, and so on. If I cannot get dollars because the people that give us dollars and we rely on to get dollars are now pulling their capital out of. So because of that, the rest of the country suffers. Not because domestic demand is, not because there's anything going wrong. And because of that, they can't produce as much because they can't get dollars that they don't actually need just to input the raw materials. Then there's huge inflation in the country. It starts affecting domestic Africans. So that's why we have a payment plus the Pan-African payment system, settlement system. So we don't need dollars again. If I want to buy from Ghana, I don't need to look for dollars first. I just convert my naira to cedis directly. Whether there's dollars, whether they bring the dollars to the country or not, whether they remove foreign investment, whether capital flows come in or not, it doesn't matter. I can still trade within the continent without looking for dollars. So these are the kind of challenges that we faced over the years, and these are the kind of things that if you listen to that conference, they understood that now is the time for African countries to trade more with themselves, to invest more in themselves. We need to stop looking for, when we say foreign direct investment, everybody's looking to Europe, to US. Foreign direct investment should be coming from other African countries. We are working on a report on African direct investment, for example. Invest more within the continent, trade more within the continent, treat Africa like one big country. If I want to sell something to you, I'm in Lagos and we sell something to you in Abuja, I don't need dollars. I don't need, there are no rules. There's no protocols I have to follow. I just go to Lagos and sell it to you, or go to Abuja and sell it to you. Now, if we treat Africa like that, where all those restrictions across countries are removed, so that somebody in Senegal can sell to somebody in Nigeria, like somebody in Lagos will sell to someone in Abuja. Once we get that done, then it makes things much better for us as a country. So I think that's one of the things that stood out. People, Africans, or should I say global African, because it includes our brothers in the Caribbean, understand that our future is going to be dependent on, it's going to be built by us. It's not going to be dependent on external sources. They are not interested in developing us. We will have to develop this ourselves. And African countries need to work more together, talk more together, invest more with one another, trade more with one another. That realization is what I think came out very strongly. One of the key takeaways that came out very strongly in the annual meetings. Thank you. Well, yes, those are two of Afreximbank's Bank's flagship reports. This is the second edition of the Economic Outlook Report, and I think the 11th or so of the Trade Report. Now, this year has been extremely difficult for the global economy. Actually, the last few years has, but since 2019, from the COVID-19 pandemic, we have had 4 shocks between 2020 and 2024. That's a lot of shocks, and they have affected the world, including Africa. But what we saw in the report is that if you look at the performance of Africa over that period, yes, there were shocks, they were hit strongly, but they remained resilient. Africa did better than many other countries in the world, despite the shocks that all these shocks and the macroeconomic instability that it created. We noticed that in line with what I said earlier, that realization that we have to speak to each other and trade with each other more. The report found that intra-African trade was getting better. It has, from a point where it was about 7% about 10 years ago, it has grown to about 15%, and that's despite the turmoil. We are seeing African countries today that are trading more with other African countries than extra-African countries, and so there's a momentum in that direction. It's partly as a result of the introduction of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the fact that different platforms that have been created to help Africans understand what they produce among themselves. There are many things. In Professor Rama's speech, they closed in yesterday, he mentioned that you will see that one African country is importing something from thousands of kilometers away that is produced by their neighbor next door. They don't even know that it's being produced. I want to produce rubber, I can get it in a couple of countries away, but I go all the way to China to get the same rubber. Meanwhile, China is collecting that rubber from the same country that is next door. I mean, we don't even know what is happening within our continent. Maybe it's the colonial era, like I said, we are tied to that. Maybe it's the language barrier, but a lot of things that we're importing from the rest of the world are produced by African countries. So it's strange that another country will import something and sell it back to us that has been produced by our own African neighbors. It's so that whole mess, that lack of information, is being fixed. We are speaking to that more. So we believe that in terms of the outlook, most people are focused on the escalated trade tensions, the tariffs, the different wars going on, whether they escalate. Everybody believes that the whole world is going to collapse. But we are saying that the direct impacts on Africa will be almost negligible, and the direct impacts are unlikely to hit us badly. We will have some challenges, particularly in the short term, but over the medium, longer term, we're going to again be resilient and overcome it, partly because we're not really integrated in the global economy. At least the people that are fighting Africa's exports to the US is just about 5%. So Africa trades three times more with itself than the US. Africa trades more with itself, about the same percentage with itself than even China. So even if China and the US quarrel, there will be some impact, but it's significant. And the way the reports also point to the realization that the way for Africa to continue to grow and develop faster is to keep this momentum going. Continue trading more with yourself, continue removing the barriers that prevent us from moving across the continent, whether in terms of people or in terms of goods and services. That's what the AfCFTA was set up to do. There are still a lot of bottlenecks in implementation, but gradually they are being removed. And as long as we sustain that momentum, we'll get to a point where Africa is largely sufficient. The truth is the continent, I don't think the rest of the world can do without the continent. We are really a solutions hub for the continent. And that's maybe that's why we have been kept, some will say we have been deliberately kept, remain the way we are, because we, understanding our strength, might not be in the interests of some other countries in the world. Everything is here. Most of the things they produce in the world, they can't do that without our raw materials. For example, 70-80% of cobalt is in DRC, in the world supply of cobalt. It's used in the production of many things, aeroplanes, in iPhones, and so on. So assuming DRC says they're going to block the production of the export of cobalt, they're going to kill the market or some of these things. So Africa is a huge solutions hub. Climate change, the electric vehicles, and the move to all the raw materials are in Africa. So it's just we have just not been able to come together as one and agree, and Africa have an African plan and work as a team. Many other countries are good at picking us apart. They'll go and if we want to discuss, if we want to have an ECOWAS and we agree on something, they'll go and meet one country and get that one to violate the agreement, scatter the whole thing. And that's why I said we need to be able to stay firm, draw the line, and speak as one Africa. And that's why getting that seat on G20, and I think it came out in the report as well, we should not just see it as one of the ways to travel for different meetings and take nice pictures with the big men and the stronger. That's not what it's there for. We need to use that seat as a strong, very strong voice and push our own agenda, not as individual countries, but as a continent. We should have a continent agenda that all of us decide to abide by and stick to, and we push that. The world is actually getting better. It's an advantage for us. The world is divided into three now. There's the Western Bloc that talks to himself. I think I've mentioned that. With the Eastern Bloc that talks, and Africa now that can speak to both. So it puts us in an advantage. The West has to talk to us because they're no longer talking to the East. The East has to talk to us because they're no longer talking to the West. So now we can dictate. But if we are divided, then they don't have to talk to us as a group. They will just pick and choose the countries that they want, and then that one might benefit in this area, but another country go and talk to that one that they will lose in another area. So it's better to have a more coordinated action as a continent. I think those are the main takeaways from the report. Africa is doing better than expected. We expect to continue to do very well, and then these are the things that we are recommending to ensure that they continue to do very well. The outlook is the positive outlook, which you said was 4%. By the way, we said 4%. IMF revised theirs to 3.8%. By the way, so there's not much. It's just that we are slightly more optimistic. So whether you use IMF or you use us, all we are saying is an IMF's 3.8 is about the same growth rate as it did last year. So IMF is essentially saying Africa will grow about the same pace as it did last year, regardless of all the global challenges happening. And we are saying no, we think it's going to be slightly better. So either way, everybody is suggesting growth. We are seeing, because of the first driver is we are seeing increased domestic consumption, and that's also tied to reducing inflation. Of course, once inflation starts going down, people can spend more, their purchasing power increases. So because of inflation that is still high but is reducing across the continent and expected to reduce, we expect purchasing power to increase and thereby a stronger domestic consumption. That's one of the first drivers. Second one, like I mentioned or I've alluded to several times, is we're seeing increase in intra-African trade. African countries want to trade more with themselves, so they are not. So to an extent, they are sort of they're sort of slight. It makes them more immune to global economic dynamics. The global challenge we are seeing, the different wars, is benefiting some African countries as well. Ghana, for example, gold prices. Ghana is a big gold producer. There are many other in Africa, Mali, I think Tanzania as well. Many other countries produce gold. The huge spike in gold is because of those geopolitical tensions. People are rushing to safer assets. So gold prices are shot up significantly, benefiting major gold exporters like Ghana. There's a possibility that the crisis between Iran and Palestine, to add to the one in Ukraine and Russia and all the other places where everything is going wrong, would lead to an increase, a spike in oil prices. Of course, countries like Nigeria will benefit, countries like Libya, Angola will benefit. So from expected higher commodity prices, when supply chains are disrupted, which is exactly what happened because of the tariffs that were introduced by the US. It just leads to supply chain disruptions. Supply chain disruptions tend to push up input prices, so African countries that are largely input providers for the rest of the world will benefit as well from. So that's higher commodity prices, increased trading activities and investment activities within African countries, and then generally improving macroeconomic fundamentals compared at least to previous years. Like you mentioned, the risk to those forecasts, the biggest one is related to higher interest rates as it relates to their debt. African countries are still carrying a lot of debt, and that debt is priced in interest rates tied to US and other currencies. And of course, if this whole if all what we are saying, oil prices go up or anything else goes up, it pushes up price in the US, then the US is compelled to increase interest rates, then their ability to repay those loans become a problem. So I think the biggest risk is the possibility that interest rates might be increased in more advanced countries in response to expected increase in inflation from the escalating trade and worsening geopolitical environment. All African countries have huge debt burdens, most all of them. So it's good. I think that's the major risk. And of course, this is linked to a lot of other things: exchange rate instability, their currency start to depreciate again. There's a slowdown in foreign direct investment because whatever for non-African investment that exists will start to come back out and so on. So, but I think the major two is exchange rate instability and their inability to service their debts if interest rates shoot up. I think those are the major risks to the outlook that we've presented. Okay. Of course, also I want to add, of course, escalating political geopolitical tensions are no longer only with the more advanced countries, even within Africa. They face also geopolitical tensions among themselves. There are countries, African countries fighting, several African countries fighting among themselves, and even within their countries, in some African countries, there are also instability. There's some internal, even in countries like Nigeria, in Congo, in Sudan, there's security challenges and unrest in different parts. We saw what happened, for example, even in countries like Kenya. There's different things. Those are kind of things that, if they escalate, can actually again make this outlook not realistic at the end of the day. Well, we are trying to finance gap. Just basically, the finance gap just means that the availability of funding for an Afrexim bank or any African multilateral institutions compared to what African countries need is not enough. So when we say 120 billion finance gap, it means that that's the potential that African countries have. But then it means that African multilateral financial institutions have to have the 120 billion to give them, and they just don't. So the way to do it is to empower. I think that came out in the recommendations on the two reports. Empower, strengthen African multilateral financial institutions to ensure they get more and more capital. Because the more capital they have, the more they can support other African countries. So we do this in several ways. We use our cloud to get money in the international market. That's why our ratings are very important. Get cheap credit in the international market, where individual businesses probably can't get it as cheap. So if your business goes to the Eurobond, they're going to charge you a bigger interest rate because you're not as strong as an Afrexim bank. If an Afrexim bank goes to the international market to raise funds, it's probably going to get bigger funds at better interest rates. But if a business that is not really as strong or is not well known tries to do that, they might not get any funding, or they'll get funding with extremely huge restrictions or high interest that might make it impossible for them to even survive. So instead, Afrexim bank goes and raises those funds using its clout, gets it at better interest rates, and then can on-lend to African businesses. Afrexim bank is essentially owned by African countries. Sometimes we approach these African countries and say, look, come and increase your support,
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Inflation seen dropping to 70% in November amid stable macros. NRMASA shuts down petroleum products depot over security violations. Africans' resources must drive industrial growth, Alake. Trump diagnosed with vein conference. Women's marathon world record holder suspended for doping. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the country's headline inflation has been projected to fall between 70% and 17.9% year-on-year by November 2025. According to reports, this is driven by favorable base effect and relative macroeconomic stability, reflecting optimism that inflation will remain below 20% by October, despite anticipated short-term monthly pressures. The report showed that inflation on a month-on-month basis may also climb further in July and August, typically marked by peak flooding in southern Nigeria and the lean agricultural season in the north. Analysts, however, expect the base effect from last year's elevated inflation figures during the same period to moderate the annual inflation readings. Moving on, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency has shut down Shell Plus and TMDK Terminals 2 petroleum product storage and logistics depot in the Ejegun-Egba area of Lagos over persistent breaches of international port security standard. NIMASA revealed that the two facilities which operated in Nigeria's downstream oil distribution network had consistently failed to comply with the International Ship and Port Facility Security Code despite receiving multiple formal warnings. The agency, which is Nigeria's designated authority for implementing the ISPS code, said the enforcement was carried out in line with Section 79 of the ISPS Code Implementation Regulations, which mandate closure of any non-compliant facility after 3 months of sustained violation. NIMASA added that operations there will remain suspended until full compliance is achieved. To end the local news, Nigeria's Minister of Solid Mineral Development, Dele Alake, has called on African nations to take ownership of their natural resources and transform them into tools for industrial growth, equity, and sustainable development. Speaking at the 2025 edition of the African Natural Resources and Investment Summit, Alake revealed that Africa has spent too long supplying raw materials to the world without reaping full economic benefits. The minister says Nigeria is endowed with more than 40 types of mineral resources, including gold, lithium, tin, coal, and rare earth elements. It disclosed that over $800 million in investment were secured for mineral processing projects in the country last year alone. Alake also emphasized the importance of regional integration in Africa's energy sector, citing initiatives like the Nigerian-Benin Interconnector and a planned grid link with Cameroon. Now, on the foreign scene, President Trump has been diagnosed with a benign and common vein condition known as chronic venous insufficiency after he noticed swelling in his legs. The president's physician, Shane Bababella, revealed in the memo that the president underwent a thorough health examination after he noticed knee swelling in his legs, showing no evidence of a more serious condition like deep vein thrombosis or arterial diseases. To end the news, Ruth Shipentich, the world record holder in the women's marathon, has been provisionally suspended after a positive doping test. The Athletics Integrity Unit revealed that Shipentich tested positive for hydrochlorothiazide, which is a diuretic used clinically to treat fluid retention and hypertension, from a sample collected from her on March 14th. The ARU says the Kenya opted for a voluntary provisional suspension while investigation was ongoing. Chepetechnik also poses for a photo after finishing first in the women's race, setting a world record during the 2024 Chicago Marathon. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day TV News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Stay tuned.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
How is BAT adapting to the new, economic reforms in Nigeria?
First of all, I would like to say that BAT has been established in Nigeria for more than 100 years. We set up a factory in 2003, state-of-the-art factory, which we spent more than $185 million on since its inception. And so we're very well established in Nigeria. I would like to say we've seen a lot, and I don't want to say we've seen it all because you never know what's coming next. But over the last few years, I think I've been an MD in Nigeria, by the way, for the last 9 years. So I was here during COVID, I was here during the cash crunch, I was here during the government, there was an excise shock, then the new government have come in, etc. And I think that the new government, I have to commend the new government on the policies that they put in. They've taken some bold decisions, and they were probably long overdue, and that's why it caused quite a lot of short-term economic pain, both for the man on the street and for businesses as well. But we're starting to see some green shoots, coming out now. You have a stability in the naira. You have a reduction in inflation. You have fuel prices moderating. So it was a very difficult period. And me as an MD of the company, I used to spend 50% of my time managing the company and 50% explaining what we're trying to explain to head office what was happening in the market. But now I think that the policies have become more consistent. And I feel that there's a renewed sense of optimism in the market across the different industries, and that's why we're very optimistic about the future of Nigeria, and that's why we're fully established and we're here to stay.
Okay, so BAT is known for their strong governance practices globally.
Sure.
How are you localizing these principles to fit into the Nigerian business environment as well?
Sure. So the Nigerian business environment has always been very complex from a governance perspective. One of our key values in BAT is do the right thing. So what does that mean? It means, essentially, we have global standards of business conduct, which every employee attests to. We do training, annual training, if not every 6 months, on business ethics, on leadership, and on all of the standards of the business conduct policies that we have within BAT. We ensure that the managers and the entirety of our employees are exposed, globally to those standards as well. And we make sure we pride ourselves that all of our operations, our people deliver, good quality products with best practices, but with integrity first and foremost.
Okay, sir. So I'm sure you've had a very wonderful time today at the event. I would like to get what's your key takeaway from today's event?
Yeah, I think first of all, congratulations on Business Day for such an amazing event, bringing together really a cross-function of private sector and government. I do feel, I think it's an optimistic feeling that I have leaving this event. because often, it's very easy to criticize the environment that we operate in, government policies and so forth. But, we're starting to see the benefits of these reforms, and the future is looking a lot more optimistic. So I think it's almost it's a great knowledge sharing event, but it's almost, I get that there's a sense of a celebration of more optimistic times to come.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. How is
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
was able to hold Nigeria to a 0-0 score line. Don't forget that some months ago before this tournament, we played them and we defeated them 6-1, 3-0 here, then 3-0 away. And Tunisia too have always been our group. They were the first match, and they did not do badly. We defeated them 3-0. The other team, we've seen Congo team. Their side won the Champions League, and the Congo DRC. They have at the club level. They have a team that won the Champions League at the continental level, and they've also not done very well. So African female football, to me, have improved significantly, and anyway that win this time around, we have to work hard compared to those days when it was not as if it was easy, but now all the teams seem to be coming up. The non-African teams, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, seem to be rising.
Yo, so what you're saying that there's no underdogs in
there's no underdogs. The competition is up there now. Competition is up there.
So Faith Omoboye, let's run down to the teams that made it to the quarterfinals: Nigeria, Zambia, Morocco, Mali, Algeria, Ghana, South Africa, Senegal. For me, these are top-ranked teams in female football. Do you think there should be a team that made it to the quarterfinal that is not here?
Thank you for that question. So far, so good. The competition has been going well. Every team that qualified for the quarterfinals deserved to be there. But I was looking forward to what's the this country, to Tanzania making it to these quarterfinals based on their previous game. But sadly, they didn't make it.
So interesting. So for you, aside Tanzania, you feel that these ladies that make it to the quarterfinals are good to go?
Yes, they are good to go.
Let me ask you straight to, what about our performance, our girls' performance? Because they've been a lot of talking points. They've been less impressive. They've not been scoring goals. They've been blah, blah, blah. A lot of talking points. But they're in the quarterfinals. What can you say about Super Falcons' performance so far?
From their first game against Tunisia, they were outstanding. The goals came in, 3 goals against Tunisia, fantastic. But the second match against Botswana, we saw that they struggled to get goals. Even the goal we got was a thank God goal. Not that it was a very fantastic goal. It's just a mistake by and then she edged the ball in. But so far so good. Our performance has been good, but we need to work on our attacking side. Defensively, we are fantastic. We have also showed that the midfield can be good, but our attack has to improve. We need to go forward. We need to position ourselves to get their goals at the right places. So that's what I think.
You're a staunch female football entity. So do you agree with her that the Super Falcons have been less impressive?
Yes, don't forget that African female football in Africa have developed over the last few years. The last 1 decade, we've seen an improvement in the quality of the teams, and most of the countries in the continent they have a female football league now, even South Africa. So
vibrant.
You don't expect there won't be a walkover. But if you're looking at analyzing our performance so far, they've not done badly. Though I may not be too impressed, but they've not done badly. The same issue that we've had in the last 1 or 2 years are some of the issues that have actually come back again to affect the team. I thought Madugu was part of the last coaching crew led by the American. Scoring goals was our issue in the Olympic. We couldn't score goals, and it seemed to be rearing its head again. They scored 4 goals. They scored 3 against Tunisia. I think the challenge is from Madugu. He doesn't seem to know the 2 top striker to use. If you look at, he's been bringing in Esther Okonkwo second half, and first half he tend to play Oshoala in the first half. I think except for the last match, which he had a tactical change. But if you look at, if you ask me, if you look at the Esther Okonkwo and Hiazun, the goal we scored against in our second match. In our first match, we did very well against Tunisia. Tunisia is not a walkover. We won 3. It was a very good, but they played well. The second match against Botswana, I knew they would struggle because Botswana already lose their 2 match before lose their first match, and if they lose that one, they are out of tournament. Look at the last tournament. We struggled against Botswana. We scored 2. We defeated them 2-0 the last tournament. 3 years ago. So this time around, I knew Botswana are a physically strong team. They are physically strong, and I expect that they will compact their defense and block us from going in. Knowing our two key players are Rashidat and Oshoala, which the first half they couldn't find their way because they played a 6-man defense. So it became very difficult for our girls to score. So in the second half, I think they sort of got tired when we brought in Esther. Esther was able to do the running, and he has luckily that 89 minutes Esther was able to. She was a very, very skillful player. She did that cross, and he was able to score. Or else we will have ended 0-0.
Yeah.
So I think in this quarter-final match, it will be a different ball game entirely. The Zambians are very, very mobile and strong, and they are hungry. They want to win. Don't forget the last tournament, the third place match, they beat us 1-0. So and they have a very, very probably the best attack in this tournament.
Yes, they have. I agree with you.
How about the best defense? Because
they don't have the best defense. Their defense is very porous, but their attack is very, very active.
So for me now, from this, now we mentioned that the issue there is in our front line. So and we have people called they pay their dues, the likes of Asante Shuala, Ajibade. So the pace is not there, the speed is not there. However, the experience is there. So against Zambia, will you? The question is for you, Faith. Against Zambia, will you advise the
good result? You see when Ezo came in during the last game against their last game. Which country was that?
Algeria.
Against against Botswana, and she came in, and before you know, she edged in the goal, and we had 1 goal against Botswana. So I feel you shouldn't use the regulars, but I feel they will have studied them and know how they play and how they attack. So you should use people like Babajide. Babajide was very instrumental in the first game, and currently I think she's the second one of the goals. She has her name on the goal scoring table. Also Ihezua. So I think he needs to change the people use. Rashidat is very good. She should start from the wing, not as an attacker. And also we have what's her name? Pompey too, very good. I think he has quality people to use as in the attack for this game. Unlike the usual girls already know to do the job.
Ahead of this game, the coach is talking tough. He said they are mentally, tactically, wherever ready for the game. And he made mention that offensive we discussed, we're talking about now. He said he's going to work on it. And again, these Super Falcons, I meant to say, are on their quest for the 10th AFCON titles. And he also mentioned that, Zambia will not be a pushover. So my question to you, if you are the coach now, if you are to advise the coach, what approach would you tell the coach to adopt?
No, it's a challenge we have been scoring goals. To fortify the attack. Our defense have not done badly. We've been solid at the back. Solidify make 1 or 2 changes. I would have loved somebody like a change unit to come into that midfield, somebody that can hold the ball and make some dream goals. Probably maybe the Zambians will probably fall in and can get a free kick or a penalty. So in the attack, I will start somewhere like for me, Esther Okonkwo has been our best player so far in this tournament. If you look at the match we played, So I will start Esther Okonkwo and then probably bring in Babajide.
Yes.
Probably Rashidat have not really delivered.
Rashidat has not really. I think she should play from the wings in this game.
So much. She has always been playing from the wing, but I think the expectation has been so much on
her. But she has been very useful so far. But has not delivered.
Maybe we drop her and maybe play play. So for me, I'll probably play. I'll start with Okonkwo. Okonkwo will be my number 1 player in that. Then dropping Oshoala down to the bench. Then you start about Jide. And he has on. You look at in that midfield. You probably these are players who can run. I mean, in that midfield, you probably bring a change in someone that can hold the ball. And then of course, Abiodun will be there. Of course, Ayinde will be there. Those are the 3 people in that midfield. Yeah. So I think the coach, just like the coach said, attack is the issue, and I've been working on them. So let's be hopeful that he will get the selection right this time around, able to bring in the right. I'm happy that he's the kind of, or like the previous coach, or like the former coach at Wedrop, who does not make changes on time. He changes on time. I'm happy. After first half, we remove. If you are not performing, we remove. We make tactical changes. Maybe you should wait towards maybe 50 minutes, 60 minutes. Make the necessary changes. Or like, I'm happy with that. He make changes at the right time. So They have to up their game. If they don't up their game, the Zambians may shock them. And don't be surprised Zambia beat them because their front, their attack is very, very sharp. Kutanaji, Barbara Banda, and Chanda. These are three best strike force in the tournament. These are guys who play. I mean,
they don't miss opportunities every time.
Can score goal. Bandra is very, very deadly. She's probably one of the best players in the world right now. She scored about 5-6 goals in the US League. So our defense have to watch her closely.
Yes.
If you don't,
and again, we have a very good goalkeeper too.
So and they are hungry. Goalkeeper can be good. If
they are hungry, are we not hungry?
If you have
we are equally hungry, but based on the game so far, yes, they want to win something.
They want to win their first title.
Okay, fine. Again, people are saying that you guys struggle to get is the last bus stop. Okay, what if perhaps we survive Zambia onslaught? Well, there are two danger teams in front, coupled and South Africa. Senegal is a long walk for the Super Falcons. Faith, for me, for you, do you have that confidence that these Super Falcons can achieve their 10th WAFCON title?
I have the confidence that they can. We have the players. I think it's just the tactics or the arrangement that is the issue. But if it's based on players that we have, of course we can win it. South Africa too has also upped their game. I think they won 2 of their last matches and drew only 1. So they're also doing very well. Likewise, Senegal. But based on our team experience and the kind of girls we have in our team, I think we should be able to win it.
Okay. But my final question before we call it. Looking at the teams in the quarterfinals, we have Nigeria, Zambia, Morocco, Mali, Algeria, Ghana, South Africa, Senegal. If you had to tip the 4 semi-final teams, which team will you tip first? Nigeria. Let's start with Nigeria versus Zambia.
I think I got that.
Let's say Nigeria will win today. I'll probably look at Morocco. Morocco,
Mali.
Morocco will defeat Mali.
Morocco. So what makes you feel Morocco will defeat Mali?
Actually, they're a very good team. If you look at
past the host nation.
Apart from the fact that they have supporters there who will routing for them. You can we play Mali team now. I mean, okay, they were not in our group. But I saw their game against Ghana. I don't think the Morocco team is very good team. So the last tournament, this time I think they have improved this time around. Don't forget they have a very good coach. The man that won Spain the World Cup 2 years ago is their coach now. So I think Morocco will easily win that game. Then who again? South Africa versus
Algeria,
Ghana.
It will be a very interesting match. The Ghanaian team are not too spectacular. They are not too good. Algeria have been able to show that.
Let me chip. Algeria too. They've also not even considered a goal since the beginning of the tournament.
Yes,
they've not considered a goal.
They've not considered a goal.
They'll be strong at the back and they seem to know what they are doing. So it will be a very interesting thing. I see that game going to the extra time, maybe penalty. End of the day, it can go either side.
Right, so finally, South Africa, Senegal.
The Senegalese, we are very. I watched their match against their first match. They won 5-0. I was so impressed. Second match against Zambia. Zambia were lucky. I think it was the last minute penalty, free kick that won Zambia that match. Senegal Senegal can shock South Africa.
You think so?
Senegal but South Africans can probably use their experience to edge them, but it's a game that I see South Africa winning maybe 2-1. But anything can happen.
Anything can happen, yeah.
So first, remember your final question. If Nigeria is to win Zambia, between South Africa and Senegal, which opponent would you prefer Super Falcons to play?
Based on our previous history, Nigeria and South Africa go a very long way. Different times at qualifiers, even previous WAFCONs, we have played with them. They've won us some, we've won them some. So I would say I think Nigeria has a better chance against South Africa.
Wow, you think so?
Yes.
Wow, interesting. Hello viewers, thank you for staying tuned. 5 p.m. Nigerian time, the Super Falcons, 9-time African champions, will be on stage against the Copper Queens of Zambia. A lot of Nigerians are rooting, despite their I can't say non-impressive performance, still being diplomatic, hoping that Super Falcons can achieve their 10th WAFCON title in Morocco. Thank you. It's all for now. Stay tuned for next week. Bye.
am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.